If Chicago residents were blasting the mayor, did he really have a 14% approval rating? How do you have 14%? For the fifth time in 4 years, a Chicago police officer has been killed in line of duty. And the officer's family has asked the mayor and the governor of Illinois not to attend the funeral. In the officer's case, the mayor apparently planned to attend and did not agree with the family's request until the night before the funeral, but apparently he's not going to be there. 888-971-SAGE. I'm Larry Elder.
Quick delivery service. What do you need delivered today?
Hi, I'm trying to work through a last-minute to-do list for my boss. Can you deliver a hard drive to the Loop in Chicago?
We can deliver that today.
Okay, can you deliver 20 boxes to a client in Rockford?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver 12 pallets of tile to our customer in Naperville?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver a large envelope to Northbrook?
We can deliver that today.
Oh my gosh, I think my water just broke. Can you...
We cannot deliver that.
Quick Delivery Service delivers your package no matter the size. More than just a messenger service, Quick Delivery Service is a messenger and trucking service that can also provide scheduled routes for your daily delivery or your air shipment. Trucks are equipped to handle the load and provide ground-level service for same-day delivery. The Quick Delivery Service team of safe, licensed professionals can provide quick door-to-door service for your special delivery. QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. We deliver that today. But we don't deliver this.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Safety concerns about the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. I'm Sue Guzman, Fox News. U.S. announcing it's shutting its embassy in Kyiv out of an abundance of caution over the threat of a significant attack. Details from Fox's Jonathan Savage.
The State Department says it's received specific information of a potential significant air attack flagged as happening today. Employees of the embassy in Kyiv have been told to shelter in place, and all Americans in the city warned to seek cover if an air alert is announced. There's no information about where the threat is coming from or what's prompted it, but it follows a warning from Russia's intelligence chief, Sergei Narishkin, saying attempts by NATO countries to help Ukraine fire missiles deep inside Russia would not go unpunished. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky speaking to Fox News. Fox's Trey Yanks asking him about comments he made, saying the U.S. can't force Ukraine to the negotiating table, and asked whether cutting military aid would change his mind.
If they will cut, I think we will lose. Of course, anyway, we will stay, we will fight. We have our production, but it's not enough to prevail. And I think it's not enough to survive.
Zelensky says if funding is cut, then Ukraine will have to decide what it must do next. President-elect Donald Trump nominating Linda McMahon as Education Secretary.
She's currently a co-chair of the president-elect's transition team. During his first term, she led the Small Business Administration, stepping down in 2019 to help with his 2020 re-election campaign. McMahon has also made 2 unsuccessful runs for the U.S. Senate in Connecticut, falling short in 2010 and 2012. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
The president-elect also choosing Wall Street executive Howard Lutnick to be Commerce Secretary and TV personality Dr. Mehmet Oz to run the Medicare and Medicaid programs. America's listening to Fox News.
45 degrees. Skies are cloudy. And snow is on the way. 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Snow is in the forecast for the Chicago area beginning tonight. The National Weather Service says Chicago can see its first freeze as well, hard freeze, on Thursday morning with a low temp of below 30. Light to moderate snowfall is expected to follow. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is being forced to propose a smaller property tax hike for the 2025 budget.
We've reduced the property tax by $150 million. There's an ongoing level of collaboration that I'm very encouraged by.
The mayor's new $150 million tax increase comes after his original $300 million recommendation was unanimously shot down by the city council.
We hope this productive collaboration pushes us to find more progressive revenue sources and more efficiencies that will balance our budget.
Johnson's new budget plan tries to close that remaining $150 million gap by raising taxes on subscriptions and the digital lease of cloud computing space. A Chicago police detective is hurt after trying to stop a deadly stabbing on the Northwest Side.
You can't mistake it. Once you hear it, you know what it is, and you know that something awful is happening.
Authorities say the off-duty detective witnessed a stabbing in progress yesterday in the 5600 block of West Leland. The detective then fired shots at the offender, who fled the scene. The victim of the stabbing died at the scene, while the detective suffered a graze wound to the leg while attempting to stop the offender. A search for the offender found the victim later on along a neighborhood close to the West Leland site of the attack. 3 are in custody after shots were fired during a foot chase by Chicago police in the Mayfair neighborhood Wednesday morning. Officers on patrol when they saw a vehicle which matched the description of one involved in an earlier incident with an armed male suspect. Police said the vehicle was parked, and as officials approached, police say several got out and tried to flee on foot. After a canvass of the area, police say suspects were taken into custody and 4 guns were found. Former ComEd board member Juan Ochoa has completed his testimony at the bribery and racketeering trial of former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan and co-defendant Michael McClain. In May of 2018, McClain, on an FBI wiretap, told then ComEd CEO Ann Pramaggiore that Madigan wanted Ochoa to be appointed to the ComEd board.
I talked to him about Juan Ochoa.
Yes.
And he would appreciate if you would keep pressing.
Okay, got it.
Madigan and McClain are accused of using Madigan's public office to secure jobs for associates by advancing legislation favorable to ComEd. Madigan ran the Illinois House for 50 years, chairing the Democrat Party of Illinois for 23. A central Illinois man is accused of plotting to abduct a child in Florida. Devontae Shields is now charged with 1 count of attempted kidnapping. Shields was arrested this past Saturday at Union Station in Chicago, attempting to board an Amtrak train to Miami, Florida. Prosecutors say the 35-year-old plotted to kidnap a boy from a school in Fort Lauderdale and hold him for a $100,000 ransom. A man is charged with the killing of a North Suburban endocrinologist in Barrington. William Zeitek faces 1 count of first-degree murder. Police say Ogle Duchan of Vernon Hills was found shot Sunday in a Barrington home in the 400 block of West Russell Street.
She was an incredible mom, always reading, always taking her to museums, educating her beyond her age.
An autopsy shows Duchan died of a single gunshot wound to the chest. A prison guard from Northwest Indiana, the town of Westville, is now charged with 2 counts of level 5 felony trafficking with an inmate. 43-year-old Selena Newton of Chicago was caught trying to smuggle marijuana, tobacco, and rolling papers on November 14th. She was also found to be carrying another package of marijuana, tobacco, and Suboxone in a body cavity that was found during a strip search. Students and staff have seen major problems trying to log on to the Morton High School District 201 website. Now, some local cybersecurity firms believe it may be a hack or a malware infection. Longtime college prep high school for boys in Aurora is planning to become co-ed. Marmion Academy announcing it plans to begin accepting female students as early as the 2026-27 school year. The school's been all boys for more than 90 years. Blackhawks surrender a pair of goals in the third period of a 3-2 loss to the Anaheim Ducks at the UC. Jason Dickinson finishing with 2 goals in the losing effort. The Bruins have fired their head coach overnight, just 20 games into the NHL season. The Bees announcing that Jim Montgomery was axed. Joe Sacco takes over. Bulls try to get on a winning streak when they visit Milwaukee tonight. College hoops, it's a big one. The number 20 Fighting Illini look to stay unbeaten when they take on number 7 Alabama tonight. Last night, Notre Dame beat North Dakota. Also in college hoops, Northwestern took down Montana State behind 22 from Nick Martinelli. DePaul earned a win over Eastern Illinois. Loyola snuck past Southern Utah. And in college football last night, Northern Illinois lost to Miami in the MAC. The news, a service of Trim Light Chicago. You've got to see it to believe it. Don't let hanging holiday lights get you in a Scrooge mood. 'Tis the season to save time, money, and energy. Get your free quote today at trimlight-chicago.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
We have so much to be thankful for this year. Our family, our friends, our nation. And it's important that we take the opportunity to give thanks for the many blessings in our lives. That's why AM 560 The Answer wants to make sure you have a turkey on your table for Thanksgiving this year. We're giving away Butterball turkeys. To enter to win, just go to 560theanswer.com/turkey. That's 560theanswer.com/turkey.
At Balance of Nature, the quality of our products always starts with TLC, tender, loving care. We start by ensuring that only the finest fruit and vegetable ingredients are selected for our supplements. We put our ingredients through an advanced vacuum cold process that removes their moisture. Then they're ground up into a fine powder, encapsulated, and voila! Our fruits and veggies supplements are made just for you with love. And our commitment to care doesn't end there. Our customer care team is here to provide assistance, ensuring that you have the support and guidance you need. It's the tender, loving care you can see, smell, taste, and feel with every delivery. Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Are you ready for the adventure of a lifetime? Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. Join me along with Larry Elder, Dennis Prager, and our special guests, Joe Piscopo, Jennifer Horn, on the Patriots Alaska Cruise, August of 2025. It's an incredible opportunity to engage with us and other Patriots on an epic 7-day journey. Witness the untouched wilderness of Alaska while discussing America's future and role in the world. You've got to reserve through us to have access to all our events. Call 855-565-5519 or book online at travelwithsalem.com, travelwithsalem.com.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the Retirement Tax Bill Calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at MVPCFP.com. That's MVPCFP.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to MVPCFP.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
511 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage has amazing deals on everything you need to celebrate the holidays, all for $15 and under. Low prices every day on unique finds before they're gone. In-store only at Macy's Backstage today. Find a location near you, Macy'sBackstage.com. Big trouble this morning, northwest side, Jefferson Park. Wilson Avenue, east and westbound between Cicero and Knox, completely shut down. There's a long-term investigation started at 2:15 this morning. Police involved shooting there this morning. And we've also received word that on the outbound Edens, the outbound off-ramp to Wilson is now shut down as well, too. That's all part of that Chicago police closure of Wilson over the Edens Expressway this morning. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. We get the very latest with AccuWeather's Steve Williams.
A bit of rain early this morning, otherwise clouds breezy and cooler. Showers late this afternoon, high 48. Cloudy, breezy, rain or snow shower tonight, low 31. Windy day tomorrow, some snow mixing with rain. Could see about an inch. The high tomorrow at 40. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
46 and clouds at O'Hare, 43 in Aurora, 43 Kankakee, 42 in Morris, 47 Lakefront. Your next news update, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gave Alice, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Let's get real. Did you wake up this morning with joint pain? Does it hurt doing the most routine activities? Have they told you it's time for knee or hip replacement surgery? Hi, it's Amy Jacobson, and stop what you're doing and listen. You deserve a life of comfort and ease with no surgery and no meds. And if you're a good candidate for these new treatments, QC Kinetics can get you there. Folks, it's an all-natural approach that harnesses your body's own healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritic pain. Tens of thousands of satisfied patients with more every day. Yes, you can have real lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, without downtime. Learn about all of your options at QC Kinetics. The consultation is free with Saturday appointments available. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Call 312-809-5955.
Hey, buddy. Good to see you back on the golf course. You must be feeling better, huh?
Yeah, I finally got my blood pressure under control without all the medication side effects.
Wow. New doctor?
No, a superfood juice, believe it or not.
A juice?
Yeah, it's called 120 Life. It's got ingredients like pomegranates, tart cherries, 6 natural ingredients that have shown to control blood pressure.
Huh.
Yeah, it tastes great and has worked wonders.
Awesome. Are you getting a golf cart?
Nope, I'm walking the course today.
Wow. You got any of that 120 Life on you?
Try 120 Life risk-free and get a 2-week trial pack. Order the 8-ounce drink or powdered mix. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout to save 15% and get free shipping.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you'll destroy your life. Listen to The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7. The Flot Line describes a main line of resistance in your soul built on God's Word. Listen this Sunday for inspiration, motivation, education, all without manipulation. That's The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you own or run a business and you listen to AM 560, you might not realize that the conservative programming that you enjoy is supported by advertisers. Our loyal listeners love to do business with the advertisers they hear every day on AM 560. Now, it probably won't surprise you that there are some businesses who avoid advertising with us because they don't like what we do here. And that's okay, because our audience wants to support businesses that support what we do and think like we think. We would love to have you join the list of successful companies who are already reaching new, like-minded customers. Most AM 560 advertisers have been here for years for one simple reason: they get results. Join our efforts to make a difference in the lives of our listeners who are passionate about supporting our great family of AM 560 advertisers. To learn more, just visit 560theanswer.com/advertise. That's 560theanswer.com/advertise.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. For the first time ever, you'll get a standard classic MyPillow for wholesale prices, only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer their entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $18.88. Upgrade to king size for only $1 more. Get the body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever and receive free shipping on orders over $75. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88. They have never been offered this low before. They're limited quantities at this price, so the limit is going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY to get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88, the lowest price ever.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Personality hires. Well, you got to have a lot of excess cash hanging around, I guess, to make personality hires. Gen Z workers say they should be hired for their personality, not productivity. Mm-hmm. Ever had one of those? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. The personality hire is the person whose function in a corporate setting is to provide the jokes, banter, playfulness needed in order to, quote, set the vibes, unquote. In
so
fact,
who's that person here on our show?
Well, obviously it's me.
I mean, of course.
Lighten the mood, right?
Nope.
Fun, playful. Corporate America employee Bella Rosa Mortel, 22-year-old self-proclaimed chief vibes officer.
No.
Told her Business Insider previous managers have appreciated her energy, calling it the nicest compliment she has received. Mm-hmm. There's examples of this. You have, this is, I guess, popular sharing going on TikTok. She said she does these this integration of Gen Z lingo into the office parlance, and she did these TikTok videos, and the manager at the software company she works at found the videos hilarious. In a team call yesterday, he was like, before we get started, Bella Rose, do you want to set the vibes for our call today?
Oh, God, stop.
Her videos have sparked realization among so-called personality hires who feel their mission is to lighten things up, not lighten someone else's workload.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also talk to us on our text line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
I'll tell you, I mean, it's pretty innovative. I mean, if you can get away with this scam, then, good for you.
I would have to say, I think our vibe director is definitely Justin Kosick, hands down.
The personality hire is also the client whisperer. The personality hire is crucial to the social equilibrium of the workplace. That's some of the benefits provided by the personality hire. Mm-hmm.
Does he provide that though? I don't know.
That's what I say. I think it's.
Right.
I mean, I'll tell you, there's a way to test it. Who's
Okay,
the personality
what are we
hire
doing?
and who's the workhorse? There's this test that was posted. It's the 8th grade Constitution test in Illinois. 15 questions. All right.
Oh God.
Let's see who's.
You
Let's
tell
see.
me we're going to do math today or have
No,
a
it's no
quiz.
math. No, Constitution
No,
test.
not
No math.
Constitution test. Okay.
No. All right. So we'll alternate these questions. I haven't taken the test. I'm fairly
God.
confident I'm going to do well.
Are we seriously doing this?
We're doing it because we have to see is who's bringing the personality, lightening the mood, setting the vibe, and who is the staid, pasty, white egghead.
Are Quinn and Justin going to play along with
No,
us?
no,
too?
no.
Oh, wait.
It's for 8th graders.
I know, but 5th grade math sometimes is
You're still not. It's still not math. It's the Constitution. Do you want the first question, or do you want me to take the first question?
No, just.
They're true and false.
I know.
You get a 50-50 shot.
Okay.
Do you want it to go first? Or you want me to go first?
I'm going to go first. Illinois became a state in 1848 and was the 21st state. True or false?
Are you answering that, or are you asking me?
I'm asking you. Illinois became a state in 1848 and was the 21st state.
That's
Dan
false.
Proft, is that true or false?
False. Became a state in 1818.
Correct. And it was the 21st state, though, but it became a state in 1818.
All right, number 2 for you. Both the Illinois Constitution and the United States Constitution have a Bill of Rights. True or false?
That is true.
Correct. All right.
Dear
We're
Lord, I'm
tied
sweating over
1-1.
here.
All right, let's go next.
All right. The 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution recognizes the power of states. True or false, Dan Proft?
True.
You are correct.
Yeah. Number 4, the biggest item in state spending is for highways. True or false?
In Illinois, isn't it for government? Hey-o. No, it is for highways. Build
That
back
is-
better.
That is not true.
It's not true? It's false. I mean, false. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it
You've
the environment?
fallen behind.
Is it healthcare?
The biggest item in state spending
Is what?
Yeah, it's Medicaid.
Oh, okay.
Most. Oh, wait. No, this is
No.
my turn. Go ahead.
Most Illinois court cases take place in the circuit courts. True or
True.
false? Correct. You are true.
All right. The original 13 colonies included Kentucky. True or false?
False.
True. That's correct. You're right. Oh, yeah, it's my turn now.
The United States Constitution allows for laws to be made on subjects that did not even exist in 1787.
True.
Correct. You're true. Yeah.
All right. We're halfway home. You're
I'm
down
sweating
1.
over here. I can't stand this.
Your state legislature has the same lawmaking scope as the U.S. Congress. True or false?
False.
That's right.
They don't have the same lawmaking abilities.
You got it.
Am I right?
Yes.
Oh, baby.
All right.
All right.
Go ahead.
The U.S. House of Representatives has nothing to do with the impeachment of a president. True or false? No.
That's false.
Yeah. False. Okay. That was an easy one.
Yours, the Declaration of Independence was the nation's first constitution. True or false?
False.
Right. What was it?
Uh,
All right. We'll give you false. Articles of Confederation. All right. My turn. Go ahead.
The Bill of Rights are this is so. Why do you get the easy ones?
These are all easy. But anyway, go
Well,
ahead.
you get a really, really easy one. The Bill of Rights are the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. True or false?
True.
Okay.
The U.S. Supreme Court justices are appointed by Congress. True or false?
It is false. The president
correct.
appoints U.S. Supreme Court justices. But the
okay.
Senate has to confirm them.
Very good.
Because
All
those
right.
hearings are fun. That Brett Kavanaugh one, I will never forget that as long as I live.
Must have been watching Schoolhouse Rock lately. Okay, go ahead.
The Declaration of Independence came before the signing of the U.S. Constitution. True or false, Dan Proft?
True.
Correct. Yes.
States can make treaties with foreign countries.
Hold on. States can make treaties with foreign countries? No, they can't.
Mm-hmm. Did you answer it so you knew it was true or false? Did you answer it on the screen?
No.
Okay. All right. Just checking. We
Just
don't want
doesn't
cheating.
smell right, if you know what I mean.
Uh-huh. All right. Last one.
Federalism is the sharing of power by the federal government and state governments. True or false?
That's true.
Correct.
All right. So since I beat you by 1, I guess I'm not the personality hire.
Oh.
I'm a bit crestfallen.
We did all of that to see who the personality hire was.
Well, that's
here.
we had to figure out some substantive way of doing it, some way to measure. All right. Alan in Northwest Indiana, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, everybody. I just thought it was funny that you guys have found like the 1% of the people that actually have a personality in the millennial class, because most of the people I run into, they can't even hardly carry a conversation. You go to a store and you talk to them, and they're like, hey, how's your day? You get like one word if you're lucky. That's all I have to say.
They're glued to their phones, and COVID did not help sticking people, kids in their basements or in their bedrooms for 2.5 years.
Yeah, neither do the government school systems. David in Winnetka.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for having me on. So I don't know if this exactly hits the subject, but this was when all the insanity started. I was driving for Uber down to the city. It was my morning route was always, downtown, so, in the crush. So this gal's in my car. She's a millennial. She just got her job. And this is at the time when all the millennials were complaining, I went to college. I can't get a job, blah, blah, blah. So she was one of the lucky ones. She'd been in this place for about 2 weeks. One was her manager calls her. And she's like, Sue, where are you? It's 8:40. You're supposed to be here at 8. There's 50 people here. We can't start the presentation without you. And she's like, I've been thinking about this. It's just not 8 to 9 or whatever. 8 to 5 doesn't balance with my work-life balance. Work-life balance. That was the first time I ever heard something called a work-life balance. So I'm listening to a conversation, and she's like, well, all right, we'll talk about that. But meanwhile, get here. Well, where are you? How far are you? And she's like, well, we're 10 minutes away, but my driver's going to have to stop at Preet's to get me coffee because, I just can't drink your coffee. And while I'm listening to this stuff, my head's about to explode. I'm in the far left lane on Lake, Wacker. I muscle through all these cabs, and I was seeing it's sleeting, it's icing out. I pull over to the far right lane, and I go, get out. I Jackie Gleason her, like when you would kick Art Carney out. Get out of my car. Like, what are you talking about? She refused to get out of the car, and the cops had to come and literally extract her from my vehicle. So another 40 minutes goes by that she's not at work. It was just unbelievable. And one more quick thing. This is definitely off the point, but I just got to share this because it was so nuts.
How'd that impact your driver rating, by the way?
Yeah. Good one. So it went up, actually.
Talk about that.
So I was at my extended family's for Thanksgiving, and, politics comes up, and I'm like, oh, no, here we go. They're all lefties. And so my cousin goes, she's like, you're always telling us we're uninformed. Well, what do you, what's so special about you that you know everything and blah, blah, blah. I go, well, I listen to Dan and Amy in the morning. You should do that too.
Oh,
and she goes, so we start going at it. And she starts talking about Hamas, and she's referring to Hamas as he. So finally I go, who is Hamas? What is Hamas? And she goes, God, you're so stupid. He's a king. I go, oh, King Hamas. She goes, yes, King Hamas. Oh, my God. People are going to the voting booth.
All right, very good. Thanks
And
for
it's
the
so
call,
funny,
David.
speaking of that, like Cynthia Nixon, from Sex and the City.
Oh, sure.
The lesbian.
She ran against Hansi Andy Cuomo.
Yeah, that's right. And she's on a 48-hour hunger strike because she wants a ceasefire in Gaza. It's like,
come
honey,
on.
if you went there to visit, they would throw you off of a building because you're gay. Ugh.
I mean,
What is 48 hours? It's just a cleansing anyway, right?
She can do at least 192 hours. Come on. She should not eat as long as the ceasefire is in effect.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be, 5 days now. Mike, Northwest Indiana.
I think the millennials have discovered moonlighting. David Addison character is the guy they're looking for.
The personality hire.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Nice pop culture reference. Very good. Thanks for the call, Mike. Well, I guess we've established today that Amy Jacobson was the personality hire here.
Oh.
So congratulations for that.
You know what? I'm going to own that. Now I'm going to say thank you, Dan.
Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
From breaking news and weather across the country to insight from the brightest minds in conservative opinion, it's Salem News Channel, home to the biggest shows on TV, like Hugh Hewitt weekdays at 6 a.m. Eastern, followed by Mike Gallagher at 9. Join SNC, where facts are sacred, critical thinking is celebrated, and the pursuit of truth is unwavering. Watch Salem News Channel free, now on Zumo Play. Learn more at snc.tv/Zumo.
It's news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
45 degrees, 532 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. The U.S. and some other Western embassies in Kyiv, Ukraine, staying closed today for major security reasons, with the American delegation saying it had received a warning of a significant Russian air attack. Here's Fox's Jonathan Savage.
The State Department says it's received specific information of a potential significant air attack flagged as happening today. Employees of the embassy in Kyiv have been told to shelter in place, and all Americans in the city warned to seek cover if an air alert is announced. There's no information about where the threat is coming from or what's prompted it, but it follows a warning from Russia's intelligence chief, Sergei Narishkin, saying attempts by NATO countries to help Ukraine fire missiles deep inside Russia would not go unpunished. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
The Italian and Greek embassies are also shutting down for the day. The British government says, for the moment, its embassy remains open. President Biden has approved sending anti-personnel landmines to Ukraine in its war against Russia. Multiple reports said the U.S. expects Ukraine to use the mines in its own territory in the Donetsk region, where Russian troops have made some advances. President-elect Trump is naming transition co-chair Linda McMahon as his education secretary. McMahon directed the Small Business Administration during Trump's first term. At least one person is dead. Hundreds of thousands are without power as a powerful bomb cyclone brings heavy rain, winds, and snow to the Pacific Northwest. In Seattle last night, this man was nearby when gusty conditions sent a tree on top of a Metro bus.
This is dark. We couldn't really see much, but we heard the boom, and we ran over from the street corner up to the bus driver, who was really shaken, and he was getting out how lucky he was.
North of Seattle, a woman was killed when a tree fell on a homeless encampment. Snow is in the forecast for the Chicago area. The National Weather Service says we could also see our first hard freeze tomorrow morning, with temperatures dropping below 30. Light to moderate snowfall is expected. Mayor Brandon Johnson is being forced to propose a smaller property tax hike for his 2025 budget.
We've reduced the property tax by $150 million. There's an ongoing level of collaboration that I'm very encouraged by.
Johnson's new budget proposes to close the remaining $150 million gap by raising taxes on streaming subscriptions and the digital lease of cloud computing space. A Chicago police detective is hurt trying to stop a deadly stabbing on the Northwest Side.
You can't mistake it. Once you hear it, you know what it is, and you know that something awful is happening.
The off-duty detective, according to Chicago police, witnessed a stabbing in progress in the 5600 block of West Leland. The detective fired shots at the offender, who fled the scene. The victim of the stabbing died at the scene, while the detective suffered a wound to the leg and was transported to Lutheran General Hospital. Chicago police confirmed the suspect was later found dead in a minivan that he used to escape. 3 are in custody after shots were fired during a foot chase by Chicago police in the Mayfair neighborhood. On Wednesday morning, officers were on routine patrol when they saw a vehicle matching the description of one involved in an earlier incident. When the vehicle was parked, officers approached and several got out and fled on foot. After a canvass of the area, police say suspects were taken into custody and 4 guns were recovered. Cell phone video shows flames on the roof of a Loop high-rise last night. Fire was spotted around 8:30 at a building at 8 East Randolph. No word yet on what caused the fire. The building houses a Walgreens store, condos, apartments, and the Joffrey Ballet. Blackhawks surrender a pair of goals in the third period in a 3-2 loss to Anaheim at the UC. The Bulls will try to get a winning streak going when they visit the Milwaukee Bucks tonight. College basket's number 20 Illinois looks to stay undefeated when they take on number 7 Alabama tonight. And the Cubs are parting ways with their former closer, team designating reliever Adbert Alzolay for assignment. Alzolay had Tommy John surgery in August and will not return to the majors until likely early 2026. The news is a service of Valdecass Windows for the discerning homeowner looking for high quality and professional level window replacement service. contact Valdecast Windows, your award-winning Platinum Elite Pella certified contractor. Valdecast.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager explains why Democrats must be upset.
He made inroads in every single group, the most loyal groups to the Democrats, blacks and Jews, made tremendous inroads. For Hispanics, it's not even an issue. Yeah, but nothing worked. The whole appeal to abortion, and the women voted Republican anyway.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Charlie Kirk at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about our 2024 Food for the Poor campaign.
If you've listened to the station and to our show for any length of time, then you already know about Food for the Poor. They are a nonprofit, faith-based organization that provides food, water, medicine, clothing, and life-saving supplies directly to local partners in Latin America and the Caribbean.
We all know how bad the situation is right now in Latin America and the Caribbean.
For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation.
The only thing standing between these families and starvation is Food for the Poor. But in order to get this food to those who need it most, Food for the Poor needs your help. Your one-time gift of just $50 can provide life-saving food for a child for an entire year and provide their community with access to water.
To give a gift of any amount, just call 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
Or you can visit 560theanswer.com/foodforthepoor or just click on the Give Life banner.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. For the first time ever, you'll get a standard classic MyPillow for wholesale prices, only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer their entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $18.88. Upgrade to king-size for only $1 more. Get the body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever and receive free shipping on orders over $75. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88. They have never been offered this low before. They're limited quantities at this price, so the limit is going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY to get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88, the lowest price ever.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Our video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
541. Let's get a check of the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this update is a service of Trim Light Chicago. Don't let hanging holiday lights get you in a Scrooge mood. 'Tis the season to save time, money, and energy with permanent, programmable holiday lighting for your home. Get your free quote today at trimlight-chicago.com. We just heard from Chicago Police that they've opened up the exit ramp to Wilson Avenue. Traffic had been forced off, but the exit ramp right now has been reopened. This is on the outbound Edens. That's all part of a police activity situation. Police activity started around 2:15 with shots fired on the northwest side, Jefferson Park neighborhood. Wilson Avenue does remain shut down between east and westbound between the Edens and Knox Avenue. But, again, that outbound off-ramp to Wilson has been reopened. Only one other trouble spot that we can see right now. Outbound on the Bishop Ford, you're jammed up 154th all the way down to 159. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Cloudy, cooler, a bit of rain throughout the day. High 48, cloudy with rain or snow overnight, low 31. Windy, colder, snow mixing with rain. We'll have an inch or more in spots and a high near 40. It's 45 right now. Light rain showing up in Aurora. And your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. You know the good thing about Fat Pride being on the march?
What?
You can hear it coming.
Oh!
Fat Pride is on the march throughout our country, as we brought you earlier in the week. And, of course, that's going to include public places of accommodation like the airlines, which we'll get to in a second. But remember, Colorado is set to make discrimination against a person because of their heft just as illegal as immigration discrimination against a person based on their race or religion or sexual orientation. And some other states, like New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Jersey, are looking to follow Colorado's lead to instill a sense of fat pride in their states and communities within.
So what happens if you violate the fat phobia law?
Well, I mean, it would it's just again, it's tantamount to race or sexual orientation or religion. Mm-hmm. So you could face civil, maybe criminal penalties. Certainly, look what's happening in Ireland, where if you make someone feel uncomfortable, I mean, I know they don't have our Constitution and First Amendment protections, but there are a lot of members of the new Marxists in this country that don't seem particularly concerned about our First Amendment protections. So, but in Ireland, they're trying to advance a measure that would essentially create a comfortability standard when it comes to speech. Like if you say something that makes somebody of a marginalized group, in quotation marks, feel uncomfortable, then you could run afoul of the law and be sanctioned. In Ireland, that would potentially include imprisonment.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. How soon till Governor Pritzker has a big press conference and talks about the fat phobia law?
I mean,
and
again,
maybe it's coming to, Illinois.
Talk about, I mean, could there be a better spokesman?
I mean,
I
don't know about that.
Consistent with this ever-expanding list of victims in our country, Southwest Airlines leading the way. It is currently being celebrated by passengers of size. That's the proper terminology. Passengers of size. Passengers of size, if they fly Southwest, can request complimentary seats, 1 or 2, depending on needs, to accommodate their girth. Free seats. Customers who encroach past the armrest are entitled to an extra seat, according to Southwest's inclusion policy. They may be the only airline flying at present to offer free seats to passengers of size, but of course maybe they'll set the new industry standard. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. What do you think of Southwest's fat pride leadership?
I think that's discrimination. Because I love, if there's an empty seat next to me, it doesn't matter if you're fat or skinny, you want that seat because nobody's sitting next to you. I'm tall. What about tall people's rights? You're tall too, Dan. We'd like a little extra room.
Well, but here's the thing.
And then what's the weight? What's you 300 pounds, 250? Like what? Who defines who's obese or not?
If you encroach over the armrest.
Oh, that's their rule.
It's not a bad standard. Yeah. Now this is being championed by J. Ray. She is a fat pride leader and influencer, and also a expert. She's a TikToker, of course. She's a plus size travel expert. as well. Somehow she became a plus size. She probably comes in about 28 stones. I'm using the British measurement for weight to make it to be a little bit more charitable. 28 stones, probably. For those of you who don't know,
How many lbs is that?
1 stone is 14 pounds.
Oh.
She's probably 28-ish, I'm guessing. You can do the math on that. But she was the one who we talked about several months ago, who circulated that Change.org petition for the FAA to intervene.
All right.
And so maybe this is smart on Southwest's part. Get there before the FAA does. We'll get to that Change.org petition because she had a list of demands. But this is a good start. Good start. She's and the nice thing about the 1 or 2 seats, because she said, she told Fox News, it's an important move to include people in the quote unquote super fat category, not just the fat category.
So if I'm sitting, or you, because you take Southwest sometimes, right? So everybody, you're sitting, because you're svelte, you're sitting next to, well, you have an empty seat next to you, and some tub of lard comes on the plane. So you have to move to accommodate for that person. Is that fair?
Passenger of size.
You can say, I'm identifying as a plus-size traveler right now, so I need this seat.
Well, here's the thing. Now,
if you're that fat, buy 2 seats. Bottom line.
Well, but that's up to Southwest. Southwest is saying, need to buy. We'll give you the extra seat or 2 seats.
Keep eating.
Maybe a whole row. Maybe the full row. Maybe 4 seats or 6 seats. But then think about it this way: if you were otherwise going to have to sit next to a passenger of size that was spilling over the armrest, now you don't have to because they've got the room they need, and then you're back with the less Rubenesque passengers.
But we've both been on flights, Dan, where everybody's fat.
Well,
there's not enough seats to go around. God, I'm really...
Got to space them out, too, I would think. But Tim and Aurora, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. I Southwest, they really don't treat their people very well because they charged my wife $939 to fly from Baltimore to Chicago one way because they said her credit card or the ticket she bought was a scam or a fraudulent deal, even though her sister were on the same trip and she got on an airplane no problem. So a one-way flight was $939 from Southwest to Chicago.
Yeah, but bags fly free, so you got that going for you.
Oh, exactly. It's like, how can they say that and do that to people?
Thanks for the call, Tim. By the way, again, just Jay Bay here, deferring to the plus-size travel expert. Super fat is how we identify. Super fat. There's a spectrum of fatness, and a super fat individual, you start needing different accommodations. I just felt really happy there was something like this for people. I hope to see more airlines implement customer of size policies. The Southwest customer size policy helps many travelers offset the disproportionate costs that we incur because of needing extra room. And so it's not just about physical accessibility, it's also about financial accessibility. What happens if the fat can't afford to fly? Did you ever think of that?
What about the emergencies and getting off the plane in a hurry? They will block everything up. Text message into the station.
Yeah, you don't want them maybe in an emergency row. Sue in St. Charles.
Yeah, so I'm about, 8 or 9 stones. And every time I get on
right.
yeah. And, to me, it's like I'm paying the same price for a ticket, obviously. Everyone has that complaint where if I get a plus-size person next to me, they may be paying the same price, but they're half in my seat. And I always thought, why don't they just charge people by the pound? So if you're 14 stones, maybe each stone is $20 or something. So it may incentivize people. And another thing in our society that might incentivize people to actually be healthy instead of rewarding these people to be fat asses.
Wow.
You took it one step further than I did, girlfriend.
Well, that just ended Fat Pride Week here on AM 60.
Well, they do that in Japan. There's an airline in Japan that they weigh you, and you pay based on your weight.
Yeah, like cattle. J-Ray has an alternative if you don't want the plus-size passengers to get extra seats for free. Reimbursement. Airline should offer a refund for customers of size who purchase additional seats independently. This refund process should be an official written policy that's easy accessible for all passengers who purchase additional seats independently due to their size. So she's got, she's got all sorts of alternatives to make sure that we accommodate passengers of size, including, again, this is her nomenclature, the super fat, who may need 2 extra.
I was stuck in between 2 fat people once, and I had a panic attack. But I was 9 months pregnant at the time. I could have lost Eli. Or Peyton. I was pregnant with Peyton. Coming back from a rappers convention in Miami. And I had about 300 pounds next to me and 250 on the other side. And I had no room. I was in the middle seat.
Well, what were you checking in at that point?
I was like 180. Well, but I was preggers. I was about to burst, and I was a little bloated. I was retaining water, as they say.
Well, I mean, again, it's just the weight. The weight is the weight. We don't care how many people you're hiding. So, I don't know. Bill in Waukegan.
Hey, I just wanted to say, hey, good morning, first of all, and happy weekend, everybody. But I went on an airline over to Michigan one time, and you had to weigh in prior to going on the plane so they can distribute the weight equally.
Well, sure.
And I tell you, the first couple ladies that were there in front of me, they had to hop on the scale, and the ticket agents trying to, slowly or in a calm voice say what they weigh, and I'm going like, oh my gosh. And I had my headphones on, so I was trying to look inauspicious and not like I was listening. But those 2 girls were pushing 180, 196, each, and I'm sitting there going like, well, like I said before to you guys, I was going to sit next to a fat chick because we had to go over Lake Michigan. So, my raft and everything else was ready.
All right. Again, Fat Pride Week has come to a halt.
Well, 180 is not that big. I mean, we're talking big.
No, by the way, you don't. If you're asked, what your weight is, that's not before a flight. That's not a form you want to lie on. That's not a question you want to lie about.
Don't.
Lou in Chicago Heights.
Hey, in my youth, my real name's Pat, and I grew up Fatty Patty, and that drove me to be an athlete and be as athletic as I possibly can. And throughout the years, I became a chef, and I ended up getting up to 440 pounds. I got an injury, and I lost 200 pounds. And I'm sitting in front of a gym right now where I'm going to swim 2 miles today. I'm going to do some other stuff. My blood pressure at 64 years old, 128. 60. I have I have no diabetes. I'm unmedicated on this stuff. Why do I have to take personal responsibility for my life when these other people can't? I'm still big. I'm probably 290, and I train every day. And then you've gone to boxing events that I've been involved with. I see kids so obese, it sickens me that their parents put that crap in their mouth. Not outwork a bad diet, and you cannot accept being fat. Today I don't. I just flew across country last week to go to USA Boxing Nationals. I tell you, I was a medium-sized person on this plane at close to 300 pounds.
Yeah.
Tell you something. Fatty Patty is literally growing up the man named Sue. Because I had to fight my entire life. And we take this away from people. I cannot stand the country I live in anymore. It sickens me.
Thanks for the call, Lou. I think Lou needs like a exercise tape or an infomercial like Richard Simmons back in the day or something.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations, combines heritage and innovation in every cup. Our coffee is locally roasted, hot air roasted, and cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Whether you prefer a 12-ounce bag or a 28-ounce bag, or even the convenience of K-Cups, you'll find Papa Nicholas Coffee at your local retailer. Taste the difference that 5 generations of expertise brings. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee, because great coffee is our family tradition. Visit online at papanicholas.com. That's papanicholas.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Going on 72 in July. I swim. I'm a swimmer. I play pickleball and I play golf. And I have to say, Balance of Nature really, I feel like I could sing.
I like the product, and I'm telling a lot of people about it.
It's the best stuff in the world. It's good stuff.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about our 2024 Food for the Poor campaign.
If you've listened to the station and to our show for any length of time, then you already know about Food for the Poor. They're a nonprofit, faith-based organization that provides food, water, medicine, clothing, and life-saving supplies directly to local partners in Latin America and the Caribbean.
We all know how bad the situation is right now in Latin America and the Caribbean.
For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation.
The only thing standing between these families and starvation is Food for the Poor. But in order to get this food to those who need it most, Food for the Poor needs your help. Your one-time gift of just $50 can provide life-saving food for a child for an entire year and provide their community with access to water.
To give a gift of any amount, just call 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
Or you can visit 560theanswer.com/foodforthepoor or just click on the Give Life banner.
From breaking news and weather across the country to insight from the brightest minds in conservative opinion, it's Salem News Channel, home to the biggest shows on TV, like Hugh Hewitt weekdays at 6 a.m. Eastern, followed by Mike Gallagher at 9. Join SNC, where facts are sacred, critical thinking is celebrated, and the pursuit of truth is unwavering. Watch Salem News Channel free, now on Zumo Play. Learn more at snc.tv/Zumo.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app. Or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
It would be a lonely job. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Linda McMahon is President-elect Trump's pick for Education Secretary. He said during the campaign that department should not even exist.
One other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states.
He can't eliminate the department without Congress, but can have McMahon running it, pushing for more school choice and parents' rights, he says. McMahon's the former CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment, WWE, and was in charge of the Small Business Administration during the first Trump administration, served 2 years on the Connecticut State Board of Education, and ran unsuccessfully for Senate there twice. Former Senate candidate and TV personality Dr. Mehmet Oz, meantime, is the choice to oversee the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. President-elect Trump was there for the latest SpaceX Starship rocket launch. Fox's Kristen Goodwin reports it did not go exactly as planned.
SpaceX launching Starship's sixth flight test at its facility in Boca Chica, Texas.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The president-elect watching alongside SpaceX founder Elon Musk, who he's chosen to co-lead the Department of Government Efficiency. But SpaceX calling off its booster return and catch, the booster separating and landing in the Gulf of Mexico.
The booster was supposed to return to the launch pad to be caught by two giant arms called chopsticks. The spacecraft itself flew for more than an hour before splashing down in the Indian Ocean as planned. The American embassy in Kyiv, Ukraine, is shut down.
The State Department says it's received specific information of a potential significant air attack flagged as happening today. Employees of the embassy in Kyiv have been told to shelter in place, and all Americans in the city warned to seek cover if an air alert is announced.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. At least one person is killed in a major storm hitting Washington state. America's listening to Fox News. 45 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott.
Snow in the forecast for the Chicago area. National Weather Service says Chicago may also see its first hard freeze tomorrow morning, temperatures dropping below 30. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson being forced to propose a smaller property tax hike for his 2025 budget.
We've reduced the property tax by $150 million. There's an ongoing level of collaboration that I'm very encouraged by.
A Chicago police detective is hurt trying to stop a deadly stabbing on the Northwest Side.
You can't mistake it. Once you hear it, you know what it is, and you know that something awful is happening.
The off-duty detective witnessed a stabbing in progress in the 5600 block of West Leland. The detective fired shots at the offender who fled the scene. Chicago police confirmed the suspect was later found dead in the minivan he used to escape. Cell phone video shows flames on the roof of a Loop high-rise. Last night, fire was spotted around 8:30 on the roof of the building at 8 East Randolph. No word on what caused the fire. The building houses the Walgreens store, condos, apartments, and the Joffrey Ballet. A man is charged in the killing of a North Suburban endocrinologist in Barrington. William Zytek faces one count of first-degree murder. Police say Dr. Olga Duchan of Vernon Hills was found shot Sunday in a Barrington
She was an
home.
incredible mom, always reading, always taking her to museums, educating her beyond her age.
And a longtime college prep high school for boys in suburban Aurora is planning to become co-ed. Marmion Academy announcing it plans to begin accepting female students as early as the 2026-27 school year. The school's been an all-boys school for more than 90 years. The Blackhawks stumble again, falling to Anaheim 3-2. They surrender a pair of goals in the third period to give up the lead and the game. Bulls try to get a winning streak going when they visit Milwaukee later on tonight. College hoops, number 20 Illinois will look to stay undefeated when they take on number 7 Alabama tonight. The news, a service of Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations. Hot air roasted locally and cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Online at papanicholas.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Would you like to have your mortgage or rent paid for all of 2025? That sounds like a Christmas miracle, doesn't it? Well, that's exactly what AM 560 The Answer wants to do for you. Go to 560theanswer.com/miracle to enter our Christmas Mortgage Miracle Contest presented by Team Hochberg. Enter once per day, every day between now and December 20th, and you could have your rent or mortgage paid for all of next year. Go to 560theanswer.com/miracle.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation welcomed U.S. Army Specialist Brent Menard into a new mortgage-free smart home in Florida. Now, while on a road clearance mission in Afghanistan, Brent's vehicle was blown up by an improvised explosive device. Brent became a T4 paraplegic. Tunnel to Towers built him a specially adapted smart home that allows severely injured heroes like Brett to live more independently. We hope you'll donate $11 a month so this great work can continue. Just go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements. Changing the world, one life at a time.
You know, maybe if I'm going on a long hike, several hours, I like to bring some Balance of Nature.
That's some good stuff, I'll tell you.
I've always was taught to eat very healthy growing up. My family was Italian and Greek. We had vegetables and fruits all the time growing up. I feel wonderful. I feel terrific. I love your commercials. I think it's a wonderful way to do this.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about an opportunity for you to promote your business and to make a difference this Christmas season.
We're talking about our Food for the Poor Business Benefactor Program. We've partnered with Food for the Poor to provide life-saving food and water for thousands of children and their families in Latin America and the Caribbean during this season of economic decline, political corruption, and instability, and high food costs. We talk about the immigration crisis on the show all the time, and we know that when conditions deteriorate in Latin America, it drives people to try to cross our southern border. For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation. Families simply go without food for days at a time because they can't afford to eat.
Food for the Poor works with local partners at feeding sites to make sure these children and their families get the food they need to survive. And your business can be part of the solution. Become a Food for the Poor business benefactor by making a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to Food for the Poor. That donation will help feed more than 50 children for an entire year. And AM 560 will give you 40 one-minute commercials to air right here on AM 560 The Answer between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday at no additional cost to you.
That's simply the best advertising deal in all of Chicago. You'll be joining a long list of generous businesses that are reaching AM 560's audience of affluent, like-minded decision makers. Lock in your 2025 marketing now at this incredible price.
To take advantage of this limited opportunity to become an AM 560 business benefactor, just call Anjanette Natowski at 847-472-8951. Again, that's 847-472-8951. One more time, 847-472-8951, or go to 560theanswer.com and click on the Give Life banner. And thanks in advance for your generosity.
6:09, 45 degrees. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this update is service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Northwest side, Jefferson Park neighborhood, Wilson remains shut down, east and westbound. It's an ongoing police activity investigation into shots being fired at police this morning. That shutdown between the Edens and Knox. Good news is Edens outbound, they've reopened that exit ramp to Wilson, and things are moving a little bit normally there. Inbound Kennedy, 45 into the Burns Circle interchange. Stop and go on the inbound Ike. Manheim through Oak Park Avenue, 40 minutes in from 390 to the old post office. An accident in Bensonville, Bussey and Foster, and an accident reported in Bartlett this morning, Bartlett Road and Lake Street. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast with AccuWeather's Steve Williams.
A bit of rain early this morning, otherwise clouds breezy and cooler. Showers late this afternoon, high 48. Cloudy, breezy, rain or snow shower tonight, low 31. Windy day tomorrow, some snow mixing with rain. Could see about an inch. The high tomorrow at 40. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
45 at O'Hare, 46 at Midway, 44 in Waukegan. Your next news update, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Carol Platt, Liebau for townhall.com. In 18th century Russia, Field Marshal Gregory Potemkin ordered the construction of pretty facades so Empress Catherine wouldn't see the true, grim state of newly annexed Crimea. They became known as Potemkin villages. Fast forward to 2024. Kamala Harris's entire campaign was the modern-day equivalent of a Potemkin village. All that celebrity support, Beyonce, Oprah, Megan Thee Stallion, and Cardi B, bought and paid for. Polls that showed Donald Trump with a lead over Harris were dismissed as right-leaning garbage. As it turned out, the garbage polls were most accurate and even underestimated Trump's support. The Harris campaign's Potemkin Village looked great until election night when the pretty facade collided with reality. Now left-wing voters are realizing they've been lied to and misled. No wonder legacy media ratings are collapsing. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
Quick delivery service. What do you need delivered today?
Hi, I'm trying to work through a last-minute to-do list for my boss. Can you deliver a hard drive to the Loop in Chicago?
We can deliver that today.
Okay, can you deliver 20 boxes to a client in Rockford?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver 12 pallets of tile to our customer in Naperville?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver a large envelope to Northbrook?
We can deliver that today.
Oh my gosh, I think my water just broke. Can you...
We cannot deliver that.
Quick Delivery Service delivers your package no matter the size. More than just a messenger service, Quick Delivery Service is a messenger and trucking service that can also provide scheduled routes for your daily delivery or your air shipment. Trucks are equipped to handle the load and provide ground-level service for same-day delivery. The Quick Delivery Service team of safe, licensed professionals can provide quick door-to-door service for your special delivery. QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. We deliver that today. But we don't deliver this.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So the trans issue, boys and girls sports, boy Congress people in the girls' bathroom. This has come to Capitol Hill, as I sort of indicated. And Nancy Mace is at the front of the battalion to essentially pick up where the campaign left off, talking about issues of gender identity.
Yeah, Sarah McBride from Delaware was a state senator there and was now elected heading to Congress. And
Of course she was, Delaware.
yeah, she's a he or he's a she. It's a man. And Nancy Mace is a rape victim. And she is not going to be sharing a bathroom or a locker room with a man.
I'm the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. I will not be bullied into silence. I will not back down. And in fact, I'm going to double down on this. And I'm going to file even more legislation to protect women beyond the Capitol, across every state in the nation. Because the simple question is, do women have rights or not? It's a very simple question.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, or you could text us on that very same line.
Actually, it's even a simpler question. I mean, Nancy Mace is sort of on again, off again for me. She's a bit of a, I don't know. She's a bit of a mess, but on this, she's of course right. But it's a much simpler question that we've gone over time and time again. Now it's come to Capitol Hill, and so we're going to pretend like this is something new. Is a man who says he's a woman a man or a woman? That's the question. What is it? What is that person? And the left answers it that you are whatever you say you are.
Right.
And people who understand biology and are not criminally insane understand that that is a man.
And what are they going to do? They have to have a non-gender bathroom, don't you think?
No, they have to have a men's room and a ladies' room. Like
This
what
is
we,
not manufactured.
This is I'm sorry. That was
well, like what we used to have, 5 minutes ago.
Well,
You remember back in the day when there were the restrooms for women and for men? Do people remember that?
Well, I remember when a photographer from Channel 7 transitioned. And this is before, we all knew what, we'd heard of this. And he was obsessed with a woman that works at Channel 7. She's still there, so I'm not going to say her name because the crazy lefties that listen to this station will try and destroy her, and I do not want that to happen to her. But she put her foot down. She said, I am not sharing a bathroom with him because he was creepy to her, really like kind of stalky-ish. And so they spent $15,000 to build a separate bathroom just for that person. But I had to share a bathroom with that person because when you're out in the field, I was always in the bathroom with this photographer who transitioned. But I didn't feel threatened by him because everybody's different. But for Nancy Mace, she is a rape survivor. And she let people know that last night.
This is not manufactured. This is a person who's threatened to come into women's private spaces. And I'm a survivor of rape, sexual violence, and abuse. And I know how deeply vulnerable women are in places where we feel we have a right to privacy. And this is not okay. If you're a biological man, if you're born a man, you use the men's restroom. You don't invade our privacy. You don't come into women's private spaces. This is not a thing. I will die on this hill. It will not happen on my watch. This is a fight worth fighting for. And I'm going to fight to protect every woman in Congress, every staffer, every employee, every woman and girl across the country. They didn't learn anything from November 2 weeks ago. And women's issues were on the ballot, and conservatives are now feminists. It's wild. It's insane that this is even up for debate. It's not up for debate. And
Well,
Sarah
one
McBride,
thing, yeah, I'm sorry, but one thing I know the left will say.
And Speaker Johnson, he had this to say because she did introduce this anti-trans bathroom bill.
A man is a man, and a woman is a woman, and a man cannot become a woman.
What a shocking, a controversial statement that Speaker Johnson just made. I mean, it's not even, I understand what Nancy Mace is saying and her perspective, and that's all well and good. I appreciate that. But, it's not even about suggesting that men pretending to be women will do violence to women. It's not, like I said, it just, all of this debate comes after what Mike Johnson just said. This is what is. One of the things that, if you want to call it a mandate, one of the mandates that was delivered on November 5th was, we're going to live in reality. We're going to live in reality where inflation is a real problem and people are really having problems paying the bills. The numbers are the numbers. What you're paying is what you're paying. We're going to live in reality about the border. It is open borders have created a crisis in this country. It's not an issue. It's not a challenge. They have created a crisis, and they have unleashed all sorts of iterations of mayhem on the American people, and frankly on people trying to come here legally and illegally. And also, men cannot be women. You can identify as a woman. If you're an adult, you can choose to doll yourself up as a woman, but you're not a woman. That's it.
Well, of course, Sarah McBride says, we should be focusing on the cost of living and inflation and not culture wars. And Hakeem Jeffries chimed in.
This is your priority, that you want to bully a member of Congress?
Again, you can try to paper over this with the bullying argument.
Your favorite word, Dan.
It's not much of an argument, really. It's the bullying, misdirection. Oh, we have so many more important things. We can walk and chew gum. What we're going to do just across the board is we're going to embrace reality and confront reality and say, well, this reality we're experiencing, can we, if it's a negative reality, can we do something about it? I mean, it's very, very simple to me. And all of the machinations and histrionics of the left won't change it. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Susan in Cedar Lake, Indiana.
Yeah, hi, Dan and Amy. Thanks for taking my call. My kids are like 27, 28, and my son's insurance for his car is really high. And he's asking me, why do guys have more expensive car insurance? And I'm trying to explain to him. He's like, well, if I identify as a girl, will my rates go down? And I thought, they know, come on, Progressive, come on, State Farm, Travelers,
Especially Progressive, yes, yeah. Very good. Yeah.
Well, and one last thing is my daughter was a super tomboy. She grew up with two brothers. She was always, playing sports and wearing her brother's clothes. And she said to me, Mom, if I was growing up now, my teachers would have said I was transgender. And she's the girliest girl. Girls go through a phase, they want to be tough and play sports. Some of them, She's not trans. Because I don't know where are these parents coming from.
Thanks for the call, Susan.
No, I completely agree because there was a phase of my life where I wanted to be a boy. I hung out, played 500. A good day wasn't unless I had scabs on my knees and on my shins from playing hard and having fun. And I didn't want to wear dresses, and I certainly didn't want other things that you have to deal with when you're a woman. But
there's still time.
But what would my trans name be, Dan? But I'm just saying. But I'm saying if I had
Andy?
teachers that were honing in and saying, well, maybe your name really is Andy and not Amy, then who knows what would have happened.
Mark in Oak Lawn.
Dan, good morning. Amy, good morning. You know, when I hear that Nancy Mace, she's got a little fire to her. But, you know, she's right on, though, because anyone that's going to have a sex operation, mutilate themselves, and turn themselves into something that they're not, their brain is just not hitting on all fours. There's something wrong with them. And I would not want someone like that coming into a men's bathroom that was that sort of way. It's just crazy.
But we don't know how far Sarah McBride has taken this. We don't know if she got the surgery to cut off her thing.
Well, again, I mean, you know, everybody gets held up to ridicule, especially public figures, and they should be. So, you know, Rachel Levin is an example of that. But generally speaking, I mean, no one on the right is uncaring or antagonistic towards trans adults or even kids or even parents dealing with kids. But again, it's the reality check. Let's talk about what is. And gender dysphoria is a real thing, and now the left has used that to say, oh, yeah, gender dysphoria is a real thing. No, it's in the DSM. But the way to cure gender dysphoria is to mutilate your kid, or if you're an adult, is to mutilate yourself, or to masquerade as something that you're intrinsically not. So there's no hatred there. You know, you clearly have people that are suffering from a condition,
right,
and you hope they get treated and they can find a place of stability. And now I know people say, well, there are some people who transitioned and they're perfectly happy and they say they're happier. Okay, fine for an adult. I mean, you know, people engage in all sorts of self-delusions, and that's your right as an adult and as an American. But we're not going to do this where we reorder society around people that have such a condition to the detriment of people that don't.
And this Congresswoman said this is the hill that she's going to die on.
Sarah in Lincoln Park. Hi, Sarah.
Oh, hi. Yes, I'm calling because at a health club, like more than 10 years ago, you had a family bathroom, which if you're a single dad and you have your child after swimming, etc. Well, I can't take my daughter in the women's bathroom, no children allowed. So it's after swimming, she's a 2-year-old, I'm naked, and I have a man next to me. It was awful. So you had a couple private changing rooms that you would wait in a long line. Well, how do you wait in a long line with a 2-year-old? And I get it if you're a single dad, so then what do you do? But I'm sitting here with my 2-year-old daughter who's naked, so I don't know what the solution for that single dad changing his child, what he's supposed to do. So it's not really transgender, it's just really, I don't know what the solution is in that situation.
Well, I mean, thanks for the call, Sarah. I mean,
changing your car.
Well, no,
No, I
I mean,
don't.
but like, the dad can go in the men's room, right? And I mean, I don't want to get into the details here, but I mean, this is sort of again an issue where common sense should dictate, and even to the extent of saying, hey, guys, can you hold on a second? I got to go with my 2-year-old girl, and take care of her. Okay.
You don't have a lot of private spaces in the men's washroom.
You have stalls.
Okay.
I mean,
but not like us.
Well, I
We're
don't
all
know.
stalls.
I haven't been But
You have that trough thing or whatever that thing is.
Yeah,
Ugh.
it's not all Wrigley Field in the men's bathroom. Okay.
Remember that?
Corey and Woodlawn.
Hey, thanks for taking the call, Dan. Good morning, Amy.
Hi.
The philosopher Spinoza once said,
No, Spinoza.
reason cannot penetrate emotion, only a stronger emotion. And the Democrats constantly hide their agenda behind this BS that they constantly keep pumping through the media. I don't care about someone's bathroom habits. That's not my concern. Like Larry David, I don't want to know about someone's bathroom habits.
Right.
I want to know they keep changing the percentage on how much money they're taking out of my pocket. This clown just reintroduced his property tax at a lower percentage, but he's coming back next year at a higher percentage. That's the stuff I want to know. I don't want to know about anybody's bathroom habits. Thanks.
Thanks for the call, Corey, and a nice Spinoza reference. Yeah, that property tax increase. It's not even an increase. It's 50%. It's more than. It's about 55% less than the original property tax
so
increase.
we should celebrate that, right? Dan?
So what Brandon Johnson has done is he's reduced your property taxes by 55%.
And that's how they'll spin it come campaign time.
David and Racine.
Greetings and salutations. Well, Hakeem Jeffries, he says we got other issues to look at. Well, if you don't have a good foundation, how can you be trusted to work on those other issues? And one of those foundational issues is the immutable truth that men are men and women are women.
Thanks for the call, David. Mike, Yorkville.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. You know, Dan, you stole a lot of my thunder and a lot of things of the reality part. And, you know, it's kind of like I wanted to say you point out something's wrong on somebody's skin. It could be cancer, could be not. What would be the biggest issue if somebody said, hey, you know what, it looks like you're gaining a little bit of weight here. Maybe you should probably cut back, you know? And just to bring a little light to the situation for all those people that are married or you have your significant other, ladies, if you're asking your husband, if this makes me look fat, don't put him in that situation.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you for
just
that.
Lie.
Some marital
of course
advice.
not, honey.
Yeah.
You look
Steve,
great.
I mean, Steve Daines, senator from Montana, head of the Republican Senatorial Committee this go around, had a good run this go around. He had a message for the left on two fronts: on the trans front as well as on the vote counting front. He did a twofer.
Oh, good.
Hi, I'm Steve Daines. My pronouns are Republican majority. I have a simple message for Chuck Schumer and for Bob Casey. It's over.
Yeah, it's over. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about our 2024 Food for the Poor campaign.
If you've listened to the station and to our show for any length of time, then you already know about Food for the Poor. They're a nonprofit, faith-based organization that provides food, water, medicine, clothing, and life-saving supplies directly to local partners in Latin America and the Caribbean.
We all know how bad the situation is right now in Latin America and the Caribbean.
For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation.
The only thing standing between these families and starvation is Food for the Poor. But in order to get this food to those who need it most, Food for the Poor needs your help. Your one-time gift of just $50 can provide life-saving food for a child for an entire year and provide their community with access to water.
To give a gift of any amount, just call 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
Or you can visit 560theanswer.com/foodforthepoor or just click on the Give Life banner.
I love giving jewelry as a gift. Roland's Jewelers is the perfect place for that magical holiday gift. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. Roland's Jewelers is the absolute perfect place for the magical holiday gift for someone you love. Buying jewelry is about trust. Roland's is the jeweler I trust. I'm a customer, and I'm always amazed by their 5-star Google reviews, so many of them. But why not? They're the best. Their They're family owned. Hey, getting engaged? Rollins has a large selection of mined and lab grown diamonds at great prices. Choose from beautifully crafted engagement rings from designer Simon G. or Italian designer Roberto Coin, offering stunning diamond pendants and earrings. How about a Tag Heuer watch with cutting edge technology? I love mine from Rollins. I continue to be impressed at how expertly trained their staff is. Visit Rollins Jewelers in downtown Libertyville or RollinsJewelers.com. That's Rollins, ROLLANDS, Rollins Jewelers, a family-owned jeweler you can trust, just like I do.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
They just can't figure a way out of the mess they've made. I'm talking about Alvin Bragg and Judge Merchan in Manhattan, 636.
And later, a ratings drop for one cable network. Guess who? But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
632, 42 degrees this morning. The U.S. and some other Western embassies in Kyiv are shut down. Those who work there are sheltering in place for security reasons. The American delegation saying it has received a warning of a potentially significant Russian air attack. Donald Trump's pick for education secretary has been named. The president-elect on Tuesday naming Linda McMahon to the cabinet position. One person is dead. Thousands are without power after a weather phenomenon known as a bomb cyclone hit the Pacific Northwest last night.
As the winds change, Washington State Department of Transportation is keeping close watch on the roads. WashDOT says crews are standing by to quickly respond to downed trees and power lines that could block traffic. And if that happens, they're asking drivers to pay attention to road closed signs that will be in place. Washington State Ferries says wind events typically don't have much impact on majority of its routes. Officials say usually the winds come from the south, but the bomb cyclone is forecast to blow in a different direction.
Authorities say a woman was killed and more than a million customers are without power. Someone has hacked into the congressional testimony against Matt Gaetz. House Ethics Committee is expected to meet today to decide whether or not to release the report on the Republican congressman who's been accused of sexual misconduct. Lame duck Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell.
The Constitution gives us a role in personnel called advice and consent. My view is that's exactly what will unfold here when these nominees are actually sent forward.
Comcast this morning is making big news, spinning off its cable networks, the entire portfolio. The media giant expected to announce today it is separating from CNBC, MSNBC, and other Comcast networks. Snow is in the forecast for the Chicago area. The National Weather Service says Chicago could see its first hard freeze Thursday morning, temperatures dropping below 30 degrees. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson proposing a smaller property tax hike for the 2025 budget.
We've reduced the property tax by $150 million. There's an ongoing level of collaboration that I'm very encouraged by.
The mayor's new $150 million tax increase comes after his original $300 million recommendation was unanimously shot down. 3 are in custody after shots were fired during a foot chase by Chicago police officers in the Mayfair neighborhood on Wednesday morning. After a canvass of the area, police say suspects were taken into custody and 4 guns recovered. Blackhawks lost to Anaheim 3-2. The Bulls take on Milwaukee tonight. And in college hoops, it's number 20 Illinois looking to stay undefeated when they take on number 7 Alabama. The news, a service of Trim Light Chicago. Don't let hanging holiday lights get you in a Scrooge mood. 'Tis the season to save time, money, and energy with permanent, programmable holiday lighting for your home. Get your free quote today at trimlight-chicago.com. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk sees a battle coming.
From the intel community, from the National Security Advisor, the National Security Agency, they're going to spy on Trump. They're going to listen to every single phone call Trump has. They're going to bug Trump's office. And so from day one, we need to rip that thing down to first principles and anticipate that this is going to be a 15-round battle against the intel agency.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Ho, ho, ho! Time to check the list.
Hey, Santa, you're looking a little rosier than usual.
Yeah, big guy. Is your blood pressure okay?
Gee, I hope so.
You know, you should drink 120 Life.
Totally. 120 Life is a natural way to help control blood pressure without the side effects of medication.
It's a delicious juice drink and powdered mix with natural ingredients like pomegranates and tart cherries.
It tastes great and is shown to work wonders for blood pressure.
Ho, ho! Best put 120 Life on my list.
Try 120 Life yourself, risk-free, with a 2-week trial pack. Order now. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code CHRISTMAS to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give you your money back if you're not satisfied. Lower blood pressure is the gift that keeps on giving. Order now to get the Christmas special of 15% savings and free shipping. That's 120life.com. Use coupon code CHRISTMAS at checkout.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Our video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
6:39 and a check of the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. This update is a service of Lowe's. Black Friday is back at Lowe's with up to 50% off select major appliances, plus an extra 10% off on select major appliances like Whirlpool. Valid 11/6 through 12/4. See Lowe's.com for any detail. The Edens really stacked up this morning already. A half hour Lake Cook Road into the junction. The Kennedy at an hour 10. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Accident on the outbound Stevenson. Car into the wall and stop-and-go traffic outbound at Central. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Cloudy, cooler, a little rain. High 48 today. Cloudy, rain and snow overnight. Low 31. We have light rain right now and 42. Your next news update at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. One of the discussions we had pre-election is if Trump wins, how many parallel tracks can he launch at the same time? And how much political capital does he want to spend on things that will animate the left and provide them perhaps the opportunity to focus all of their guns and all of the country's attention on matters that were not central to in the election, talking about prices and the border and fundamental things like free speech. Well, I mean, one of the fundamental things you could argue is the rule of law and addressing the weaponization of it by the left. And that certainly includes what Trump indicated on the campaign trail about J6, about nonviolent J6 defendants and convicts, that they would be in line for relief from Trump. Commutations or pardons, unclear. But should Trump, sort of on day one or shortly thereafter, move on some of these J6 defendants, just as he wants his nominees to move on the agencies that are responsible for weaponizing the law, politicizing it? We have a case of Steve Baker that we've talked about before, and other nonviolent J6 defendants. Send a message right out of the box that in addition to my cabinet nominations, I'm going to do what I can under my authority personally to reestablish equal protection under the law. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by Ben Boychuk, who is opinion and analyst editor for Blaze News. His Substack is Nice Things and Why You Can't Have Them.
I love it.
Yes. Ben, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
I am so happy to be here at this very early hour this morning with it. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, you stayed up all night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah, like cramming for finals, right? So Ben, refresh our recollection about Steve Baker and then your perspective on the larger issue, Steve Baker being an example that sets the table.
Okay, so Steve Baker is an investigative journalist for Blaze Media, but when he was present at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, he was an independent journalist. He was there on his own with a video camera. He did not have credentials, but he was there to cover the story. And he walked into the building unimpeded, and all he did was record what he saw. And he was in and out in, I think, about 15 minutes. And if anybody wants to see the video, it's available at theblaze.com/truth, which is our Truth About January 6th section on the site. Anybody can see it. Anybody can see the video that Steve took that day. And by the way, Steve shared all of that video with the FBI. And what you'll see is a peaceful protest. But what Baker did subsequently, which is interesting in terms of the way he was indicted, he was ultimately indicted in March of this year, which is to say, almost 3 years after the event. He did a lot of investigative reporting for us that was really embarrassing for the government. And so Steve had and has a First Amendment case. He uncovered a lot of very interesting, damning information about the Capitol Police.
Well, can you give us an example?
Well, for example, there were a couple of Capitol Police officers who had extensive records of misconduct that were suppressed, who were involved in the events of that day, who might have misbehaved and might have perjured themselves during the during the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers trials. And so Steve reported that at great length because Steve was on hand for those trials and was also privy to a lot of the video information that the House Republicans released to journalists. And so we got all of that stuff. And so when Steve was indicted, and by the way, understand, Steve was charged with the standard go-to 4 misdemeanors that most of the nonviolent protesters were charged with: knowingly entering or remaining in a restricted building or grounds without lawful authority, disorderly and disruptive conduct in a restricted building or grounds, disorderly conduct in a Capitol building, and parading, demonstrating, or picketing in a Capitol building, which, by the way, is fairly common. If you think about the people who protested Brett Kavanaugh's confirmation of the Supreme Court, a lot of those people who showed up to disrupt those hearings were charged with those things too, but they were not punished to the maximum in the way that the J6 protesters were.
What is Baker face? I know Baker hasn't been sentenced yet. He's supposed to be sentenced in March, but what is he facing in terms of potential prison time?
Well, so I mean, it could be a few months in jail, but so the government offered Steve a deal in October, and I mentioned this in the piece that I had on the Blaze, but I didn't say exactly what it was. So they wanted him to plead guilty to knowingly entering or remaining in the building, and then I wrote in the piece, pay a hefty fine. What they wanted him to pay was $100,000. And then they wanted him to waive his right to appeal. And so naturally he passed on that. I mean, who wouldn't? It was completely preposterous. And then when he decided to plead guilty to 4 charges, it was simply because one of his lawyers said this was going to be an exercise in humiliation. Because the outcome was a foregone conclusion. You cannot get a fair trial in a D.C. court. And so, knowing as they did, all right, well, Trump won, and Trump campaigned in part on the idea that the nonviolent J6 protesters could potentially be pardoned. Of course. I mean, why wouldn't you? For Trump has to do this. There's no other thing that he can do. These people, the nonviolent ones, the ones who paraded through the building, the ones who didn't fight with cops, the ones who didn't vandalize, those people did basically nothing wrong. And those people have gone through an absolute nightmare. And so, of course, they must be pardoned. This whole thing has been a total farce and a complete injustice.
Well, why did the Justice Department wait 3 years to indict Baker?
Well, I really believe it has to do with the work that he's done for the Blaze because, again, he came in and when he started working for us, he started looking at, he was one of a handful of people who was given access to thousands and thousands of hours of Capitol video. And, he was able to scrutinize that, and he was able to look and see, how does the video line up with the official narrative of that day? One of the things that I think maybe a lot of people don't understand, and maybe I would hope your audience understands, but it's something that we're still trying to figure out. There's a lot of detail from January 6, 2021 that most people don't really know. And, Steve spent a lot of time just looking at video and seeing how what is on camera lines up with what has, showed up in criminal trials. And it turns out a lot of that stuff maybe doesn't quite line up with the official narrative. And so if you read some of his stories, he's got some great sources in the Justice Department who said, yeah, people here aren't really happy with what you're doing. And so I strongly suspect that they probably would have left him alone if he had left them alone, and he wasn't going to leave them alone.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, the stories that he filed were all collected under the truth about January 6th. So, I mean, it couldn't have been, more of a frontal assault, if you will, from their perspective. So, yeah, I'm sure that factored in, given what we know about how the Justice Department reacts. And in terms of the things we don't know, I mean, they're legion. We don't even know, I mean, officially, we don't even have official word on the presence of FBI agents / CIs that were on site that day.
Correct, or military. I mean, there's just a lot that, the January 6th special committee that the House put together that was this completely preposterous, totally partisan
Star Chamber. Yeah.
Thing. Yeah. Star Chamber is actually a good word for it. That's not the official story. There was no cross-examination. There was no real scrutiny. That thing was set up to, establish a kind of quasi-official, narrative about what happened then. But the reality is, it was not designed to elicit the truth. It was designed to create a campaign narrative, frankly, that failed utterly.
Yeah,
which gets back to,
Yeah. I mean, this is so. We were just talking about, the Nancy Mace imbroglio over the man identifying as a woman from Delaware that's now a congresswoman who wants to use the women's bathroom, and Nancy Mace doesn't want that to happen, and neither do others. We were just talking about this context, like part of the mandate that from Trump's victory is confront reality. We're going to talk about things that are real, and we're not just going to continue to propagate convenient narratives for particular elites. And January 6th is one of them. The truth about it, and if he has to spend political capital, and he knows the hue and cry he's going to get from the left to commute sentences or even issue some pardons here. But you have to tell the truth about what happened there. Let's confront reality, and the reality is that some people did some bad things, and they deserve to be prosecuted. They have to be punished under the law. People that engaged in violence, even people that trespassed, but I mean, it wasn't innocent trespassing. The people that were ushered into the Capitol by Capitol Police, that's one thing. People that are like hanging out and taking selfies in Nancy Pelosi's office, that's another thing. So,
sure.
Like warts and all. But let's just and the truth about what the FBI did or didn't do, what kind of presence was there from the FBI and other federal law enforcement agencies. I mean, all of that needs to come out. I mean, this is the push for full disclosure. Let's declassify documents. Let's level with the American people about things. And if we're going to have some rhetorical tussles over what did or didn't happen, because so many people have been programmed over the last 3 years to believe the official story, then, well, so be it. But we have to confront reality in this country, and I think this is another case of that.
That's exactly right. It is, and really, frankly, it is the easiest thing in the world for Trump to do. It is the easiest thing in the world. And of course he's going to get blowback, but he's going to get blowback from a media that has the lowest trust almost in modern history, right? I mean, the Gallup poll that came out a month and a half ago or so, nobody trusts what we would call the mainstream media anymore,
because they know they're being lied to.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, they lied during the election. They kept telling people, that Harris is going to win this. It's a close race. It wasn't even. I mean, you know what happened.
Yes, right. And so it is the easiest thing in the world for Trump to do, to simply say, you were lied to, and I'm going to pardon these people who did nothing more than walk into the building because they wanted to ensure, or they didn't believe that that election was on the up and up. Whatever you might think about that, most of those people were there because they didn't think that 2020 election was on the up and up, and they wanted to say so. And it wasn't going to be like the guy with the horn hat sat in the chair of the president of the Senate, and suddenly he's the president of the Senate, and he gets to run the country, because the Congress could have assembled in a high school gym and certified that election if they wanted to. So let's not pretend that there was something sacred about what happened in that building that day. Everything worked out great.
Yeah, the QAnon shaman almost took over the country. That's what you're supposed to believe.
Right.
Oh, goodness.
He sat in the chair because suddenly he's got the power. No, wrong.
Ben Boychuk, opinion and analyst editor for Blaze News. His Substack, Nice Things and Why You Can't Have Them, nicethings.substack.com. Ben, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. On AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements. Changing the world one life at a time.
I love it. Everything that people say on the television about it is absolutely true. As a matter of fact, my boyfriend showed him some of my Balance of Nature. He went and bought his own now.
I've been taking it for a pretty good while now, and I really like it. It makes me feel really good. I feel like I'm taking a product, that's not some kind of gimmick.
I've been a very happy customer. I think it's wonderful stuff.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about our 2024 Food for the Poor campaign.
If you've listened to the station and to our show for any length of time, then you already know about Food for the Poor. They're a nonprofit, faith-based organization that provides food, water, medicine, clothing, and life-saving supplies directly to local partners in Latin America and the Caribbean.
We all know how bad the situation is right now in Latin America and the Caribbean.
For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation.
The only thing standing between these families and starvation is Food for the Poor. But in order to get this food to those who need it most, Food for the Poor needs your help. Your one-time gift of just $50 can provide life-saving food for a child for an entire year and provide their community with access to water.
To give a gift of any amount, just call 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
Or you can visit 560theanswer.com/foodforthepoor or just click on the Give Life banner.
AM 560. The Answer.
Speaking of the election, did you see the results out of the Cook County Jail precinct?
No, I didn't. What happened?
In 2020, Trump lost the Cook County Jail 98-2. Or 96-2, excuse me, 96-2 in 2020. In 2024, he won the Cook County Jail 49-47.
That's awesome.
The Cook County Jail inmates are leading the revolution in Chicago.
You know why? Because they wrongly accused him, just like a lot of them are wrongly accused. It's 7 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Two more Trump picks. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. President-elect Trump says Linda McMahon will be his Secretary of Education, a department he has said he will eliminate.
She's currently a co-chair of the president-elect's transition team. During his first term, she led the Small Business Administration, stepping down in 2019 to help with his 2020 re-election campaign. McMahon has also made 2 unsuccessful runs for the U.S. Senate in Connecticut, falling short in 2010 and 2012. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
And former daytime TV host Dr. Mehmet Oz is chosen to run the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Oz ran unsuccessfully for a Senate seat in Pennsylvania 2 years ago. He was a heart surgeon before launching a television career. In a statement, President-elect Trump says Oz will be a leader in incentivizing disease prevention to get the best results for every dollar we spend on health care.
That's Fox's Jared Halpern. The judge deciding the Lake and Riley murder case in Georgia may hear testimony today from the defendant's 2 brothers. Jose Ibarra's defense attorneys have suggested they cannot be ruled out as suspects, so there's enough reasonable doubt to find their client not guilty. The brothers all entered the country illegally from Venezuela. Ahead of a planned mass deportation, the Los Angeles City Council votes unanimously to declare it a sanctuary city, banning employees from helping the feds track people in the country illegally.
We're making sure that we are keeping our friends, family, neighbors, and coworkers safe.
We don't have a safer city if people are living in fear and hiding in the shadows.
Fox's Matt Finn.
The LA County Republican Party writes, so-called sanctuary cities and states sound warm and fuzzy, but the protections they offer aren't for abuelas getting ice cream. They're for people who've entered the country illegally and committed additional crimes.
The LA vote supports California's declaration as a sanctuary state since 2017. President Biden okays giving anti-personnel mines to Ukraine's military. America's listening to Fox News.
.42 degrees, cloudy skies at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Snow in the forecast for the Chicago area. National Weather Service says Chicago will see its first freeze Thursday morning. Light to moderate snowfall will follow. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson forced to propose a smaller property tax hike for the 2025 budget.
We hope this productive collaboration pushes us to find more progressive revenue sources and more efficiencies that will balance our budget.
Taxes on streaming subscriptions and the digital lease of cloud computing space could also be added to the mayor's budget tax agenda. Chicago police detective is hurt after trying to stop a deadly stabbing on the Northwest Side.
You can't mistake it. Once you hear it, you know what it is, and you know that something awful is happening.
The detective fired shots at the offender in the 5600 block of West Leland. The victim of the stabbing died at the scene. The detective suffered a wound to the leg. Chicago police confirmed the suspect was later found dead in a minivan that he used to escape. Blackhawks suffer a 3-2 loss to Anaheim at the United Center. The Bulls visit Milwaukee tonight. College hoops, number 20 Illinois looks to stay unbeaten when they take on number 7 Alabama tonight. Last night, Notre Dame beat North Dakota. Northwestern took down Montana State. DePaul a win over Eastern Illinois. And Loyola snuck past Southern Utah. The news, a service of Quick Delivery Service. Visit quickdelivery.com when you need same-day delivery of your routes. Ground delivery when you need it from safe, licensed professionals. Go to quickdelivery.com now to schedule your delivery. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Get ready for a musical journey like no other when the Trans-Siberian Orchestra returns to Chicago on December 23rd on their Lost Christmas Tour 2024. AM 560 is giving away tickets. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/Christmas. Don't miss the Trans-Siberian Orchestra at the All-State Arena. Go to 560theanswer.com/Christmas.
This is Sean Thompson. When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have somebody else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement, but you don't have a plan customized to your goals, it's like kind of taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in the suitcase. Sounds like a stressful way to begin what should be a relaxing time. Tom Fortino at Alpha Wealth Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to reduce future taxes, address Social Security and health care, and a whole lot more, all with a clear, defined income strategy. Call the Alpha Wealth Group at 630-934-1855. Ask for the complimentary retirement plan. That's 630-934-1855 or online at alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on AM 560.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
Police officer and K-9 handler Jacob Russell Chaffins was fatally shot while attempting to serve warrants for domestic violence offenses. And thanks to friends like you and your generosity, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation gave the Chaffins family the gift of a mortgage-free home. There's so much more to do and to say thank you to our nation's heroes and their families for their immense sacrifices, all for us. Donate $11 a month. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
An official message from Medicare.
Couple more minutes, and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year, I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you gotta make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money.
Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
I love it. Everything that people say on the television about it is absolutely true. As a matter of fact, my boyfriend, even of some of my Balance of Nature, he went and bought his own now.
I've been taking it for a pretty good while now, and I really like it. It makes me feel really good to feel like I'm taking a product, that's not some kind of gimmick.
I've been a very happy customer. I think it's wonderful stuff.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
7:07. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is the service of almostfreeteeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a medical PPO, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Check if you qualify, almostfreeteeth.com. The Kennedy at an hour 20. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Traveling on the Ike this morning, 1 hour, 390 into the old post office. Stevenson commuters, you've got an accident, left shoulder inbound at Central. Delays on DuSable Lakeshore Drive northbound between the Stevenson and Monroe. On the Veterans Toll Road, I-355 northbound just north of Maple. You've got an accident involving a semi. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Steve Williams.
Starting off with a bit of morning rain and cloudy, breezy, and cooler. Shower late this afternoon, high 48. Rain or snow shower in spots tonight, low 31. Periods of snow mixed with rain tomorrow could pick up about an inch. The high tomorrow at 40. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Light rain and 42 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. I saw Dr. Oz got an appointment, head up Centers for Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah. I'm more intrigued with, Linda McMahon.
Linda McMahon for Department of Education.
Yeah.
You either have to have a TV show or be adjacent to someone who had a TV show, like Linda McMahon, obviously Vince McMahon's ex-wife.
Yeah. Or be on Fox News.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Our next guest could be, he's definitely cabinet level timber, but he doesn't have a TV show, so probably not going to happen. Dr. Leonard Sachs, he is a medical doctor, PhD. He's the author of numerous books, including Boys Adrift, The 5 Factors Driving the Growing Epidemic of Unmotivated Boys and Underachieving Young Men. That's a salient topic. He's also written books, The Collapse of Parenting, Girls on the Edge, noted expert in child psychology. Dr. Leonard Sachs joins us now. Thanks for joining us again, Dr. Sachs. Appreciate it.
And you might be amused to know that Dr. Oz was my medical school classmate. He and I were partners in anatomy at the University of Pennsylvania 40 years ago.
Who was the better student?
He was.
Really?
He was a legend at the University of Pennsylvania. At the the students always put on a little show, and one of the skits that they did was young men, medical students, earning money by donating semen, and they each hold up a little test tube vial, and each of the young men hold up a vial, and Mehmet holds up a pitcher, a milk gallon carton-sized pitcher.
Awesome.
So he was an outlier even then.
Maybe they can reprise that. He can reprise that in the Trump administration. Do a little capital steps routine.
In anatomy lab, we were dissecting dead people and carefully trying to dissect a dead person, and he effortlessly dissected a human hand so perfectly that he was able to create a glove to remove the entire skin of the hand so that you could put your hand in the hand of the dead person.
Who taught that?
He was off the charts even back then.
Who taught that class? Dexter? Yeah.
And I was on his radio program before he had a TV show. He hosted me on his radio program back in 2007.
So do you think he's the right pick to lead Medicare and Medicaid?
I don't discuss politics.
Okay.
Politics is not my thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm not going there.
He likes to talk about more important things like the future of our country as determined by our youth. I really enjoyed the piece that you wrote in the Post about schools and the classroom, because one of the things that we talk about a lot, and we have to talk about to the teachers' unions and all the politics of it, but one of the underappreciated stories about K through 12 education is how many talented teachers leave the profession. And we see this. Mm-hmm. We see this in Chicago. It's been known for a long time that about half the teachers in Chicago leave the profession within the first 3 years. And it's not because of the pay. It's because they can't do what they got into teaching to do, which is, instill a love of learning into children. And you sort of pick this up talking about the state of affairs in the classroom in our country, and I wanted you to develop that.
So that's an article I wrote for the New York Post a few weeks back. So back in 2018, a big nationwide survey of teachers across the United States, and 72% in 2018, 72% of teachers in the United States said the job is still worth it, despite the low pay, despite the annoyances from school administrators and principals and parents. 72% of American teachers said the job is still worth it. Earlier this year, 2024, 6 years later, big survey of American teachers, only 42% of teachers said it was still worth it. That's a huge change in just 6 years' time. And really, they looked at other professions that require a college education, and teaching is now way below any other comparable profession. And they asked the teachers, why? Why do you feel that teaching is no longer worth it? Is it the low pay? Is it the annoyance from school administrators, from your boss, or from parents? And the number one reason the teachers gave that they feel the job is no longer worth it is the students. Rude, out of control, outrageous behavior from students. And when the teachers try to do something, the teacher gets in trouble. And that's what I was writing about, because, I'm not only a family doctor. I have also visited more than 500 schools over the last 23 years. And I'm hearing more and more of these crazy stories of, I'm not only hearing it, I'm seeing it myself as a family doctor. So recently in my own office, my own practice, a teacher told me how she's got this boy who has officially been diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum, and they're out at recess. He's 12 years old, and she's giving him notice. Okay, 5 minutes left, 2 minutes left, 1 minute left. Okay, time to go in. And without warning, He grabs her left arm and bites it. A deep bite, a deep tearing wound, a deep gash, gaping and bleeding. I know because I cleaned up the wound and sewed it back up. And this boy was not disciplined in any way. He can't help it. He's on the spectrum. Now, this woman has a degree in kids with special needs, and her own assessment as a university-trained professional is this kid actually is not on the spectrum. He doesn't even meet the criteria in her judgment. He's just a snotty kid who likes to hurt people. But he has a deficit in social emotional reciprocity, so he's on the spectrum, and she just doesn't buy it. He doesn't have. I mean, we can debate whether he's on the spectrum or not, and that's something we might want to do because I think it ties into another article I wrote recently for the Post, which is this extraordinary rise in diagnosis. But she had to go back into the classroom the next day with this boy who was not disciplined in any way. And this is what is driving a lot of teachers up the wall, that you try to discipline this kid, some consequences for this outrageous behavior, and the teacher is now reprimanded. You had no right to discipline him. He's on the spectrum. He can't help it.
Oh, my God. Well, there's a teacher that works here in this area who told me a story last week. She assigned homework, because that's what teachers do. And 3 of the girls were like, we're going to get you fired. So why is this sense of entitlement creeping back in? Does COVID have anything to do with it, or is it parenting?
Well, no, it's deeper than that. So back in 2016, I wrote a book called The Collapse of Parenting. And I'm proud to report it was a New York Times bestseller for 2 months. But so recently, the publisher asked me to write an updated version, which I did. It just came out last month. Collapse of Parenting 2.0. Because a lot of things have changed over the last 8+ years. It's gotten a lot worse. It's changed. So I added some new chapters that weren't even in the new edition. So I'll give you an example of something that's in the new edition that I didn't even mention in the first edition. So I was 8 workshops over 2 days for Trinity United Presbyterian Churches in Orange County, California, Southern California. And I have a few fans, die-hard Leonard Sachs fans who came to this 12 hours at Leonard Sachs over 2 days. And so I get to know some of these people. I'm talking to this young woman. She's a teacher, and she and her husband are trying to get pregnant for 3 years. And they finally get pregnant, and she's really excited about this. And she's talking to one of her colleagues at work. She doesn't know very well, but she said, hey, guess what? We just found out we're having a boy. And her colleague says, don't you think you should let the baby decide? Oh, yeah, that's the thing now. In Southern California, and not just in Southern California, you're supposed to let the baby decide. A baby. That's the title of the new chapter. And why is it in the book? Because it signifies this very unhealthy change in American popular culture, especially in blue states, that good parenting means letting kids decide. This is a very popular notion now. If you read the New York Times or listen to National Public Radio, that good parenting means letting kids decide. Gentle parenting means good parenting means letting kids decide. It's unhealthy. It is not evidence-based. It's based in ideology rather than evidence. And again, I show that. And this is not a guess. We have very good evidence on this point. But again, the guidelines you're hearing from the New York Times and National Public Radio is not based in evidence. It's based in ideology. And it's harmful and it's toxic. And this is why it made a lot of sense to bring out a new edition of my book, The Collapse of Parenting, to show how this is now infiltrating into the schools. And it's driving this explosion in the diagnosis of autism. It's undermining the authority of teachers. And it's literally driving teachers out of the classroom in frustration.
I wanted to get to the other matter you mentioned, which is the increased diagnosis of kids on the autism spectrum, tripling over the last decade among children aged 5 to 8 years old. And you think the official story that explains that explosion in diagnoses is not correct?
That's right. So October 30th, the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, one of the most prestigious medical journals in this country, published this big study. A team of American professionals published this huge study looking at the diagnosis of autism in the United States and how it rose between 2011 and 2022. In 11 years, the diagnosis of autism among children 5 to 8 years of age tripled. For every one kid diagnosed in 2011, 3 kids were diagnosed in 2022, with smaller but still significant rises in older kids. And the official reason given is improved awareness and screening and advocacy. And, okay, I'm not buying that. Now, look, I'm not saying this is what I'm talking about is the whole story. Autism is a spectrum, and at one end, you do have these kids who are profoundly impaired, who can barely talk, and there has been a rise at that left end of the spectrum. By left, we're talking about kids with very low IQs who can barely function, and there's something scary going on there that I believe is related to environmental toxins, and I linked to 2 of those studies in my article for the New York Post. And that's not what my article is mainly about. I'm not talking about the kid who's profoundly impaired who can barely talk. I'm talking about the other end of the spectrum, the kid who certainly can talk, who's talking back, who's defiant. So in my article I said, okay, let's imagine an 8-year-old kid. He's defiant, he's disrespectful, he talks back. Look, I've been a family doctor for over 30 years. I can tell you that 20 years ago, the teacher would have said, look, your son's behavior is totally unacceptable. You need to sit down with him and explain to him that talking back, spitting, this is not going to happen, okay? And it's on you, the parents, to do something about this and teach your son. This cannot continue. Imagine the same boy today, same classroom. Today, it's more likely the teacher, the principal, the school counselor is going to say something like, your son seems to have a deficit in what we call social-emotional reciprocity. He may be on the autism spectrum. Have you thought of having him evaluated? And the parents take him to the child psychiatrist or his psychologist, and sure enough, he gets this diagnosis. But the diagnosis is wrong. He's not on the autism spectrum. He's a snotty kid whose parents have not done the work of parenting because they read the New York Times, they listen to National Public Radio, they've bought into this notion of gentle parenting, that good parenting means letting kids decide, and the result is a defiant, insolent kid who enjoys spitting at the teacher. This is happening. Don't tell me it's not happening, because I see it in the classroom, and this is part. It's not the whole story, perhaps, but it is part of what's driving this extraordinary tripling in the rise of autism diagnoses among children 5 to 8 years of age.
And the implication for that is this where Big Pharma enters and we put the kids on drugs?
Well, I blame the pharmaceutical industry for a lot of things, but I really think the main driver for this is cultural. That this whole notion that good parenting means letting kids decide, the transfer of authority from parents to kids, which again is the whole driver of my book, The Collapse of Parenting, and how toxic that is. That cultural shift, that undermining of parental authority, that is what I think is fundamentally driving this.
No, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying then when you get sort of a false diagnosis or you
there's a bunch of things that drive that. For example, in this country, if the school can get that kid diagnosed, the school now gets more money from federal and state programs. The more kids you get diagnosed, the more money the school gets. So there's a bunch of hidden incentives and not so hidden incentives that schools have to get more kids diagnosed. There's a bunch of systemic and institutional factors that are pushing more kids to get diagnosed. It's not just the drug companies that are in play here. And I talk about that in the article for the New York Post. But what I'm asking parents to do is push back, resist the medicalization of misbehavior, which is the phrase that I use in my book, The Collapse of Parenting. The medicalization of misbehavior. Instead of teachers saying your son is rude, teachers now saying your son may be on the autism spectrum. Don't do that, because look, one thing we know, and we know this from longitudinal cohort studies where researchers follow kids from childhood through adolescence into adulthood, the best predictor of good outcomes is taking responsibility for your own behavior, self-control. Teach your kid you are responsible for your actions. And the worst thing you can say to your kid is, well, you can't help it, you're on the spectrum. Never use a diagnosis as an excuse. Even if your kid is on the autism spectrum, never use that as an excuse. Recognize that as a challenge. Okay, so let's say your kid is on the autism spectrum. That means you're going to have to work that much harder to teach your kid to govern yourself, to accept responsibility for your actions.
Dr. Leonard Sachs, he's an MD, PhD. He's the author of the recently updated, he was talking about Collapse of Parenting. He's also the author of Boys Adrift, Girls on the Edge, and many other books. Dr. Sachs, and he was a classmate of Dr. Oz, so he is celebrity adjacent.
Yes, that's
Thanks
a good
for sharing
one.
those stories, too.
Yes. Dr. Sachs, thanks as always. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for inviting me. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some great news. From now until January 15th, the health insurance exchanges are open again. And even if you've never qualified for a health insurance subsidy before, you most likely will now. The American Rescue Plan expanded subsidy eligibility to millions of Americans who have never qualified before, even to those with high income levels. And this year, you can purchase a PPO policy, which includes access to Northwestern Medical Group. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than 10 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. 630-674-1551.
All right, as a member of your family headed to college soon, paying for college and avoiding long-term student loan debt has never been more challenging. Attorney Ray Kaplan at Kaplan Law Firm is here to help you and your family make informed decisions and plan smarter for college by navigating and understanding all available student loan options. Don't go it alone. Set up your family for financial success. Plan college expenses together with attorney Ray Kaplan at Kaplan Law. Schedule a consultation today by calling 312-294-8989. That's 312-294-8989. Or you can fill out the contact form online at financialrelief.com. That's financialrelief.com. Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about our 2024 Food for the Poor campaign.
If you've listened to the station and to our show for any length of time, then you already know about Food for the Poor. They're a nonprofit, faith-based organization that provides food, water, medicine, clothing, and life-saving supplies directly to local partners in Latin America and the Caribbean.
We all know how bad the situation is right now in Latin America and the Caribbean.
For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation.
The only thing standing between these families and starvation is Food for the Poor. But in order to get this food to those who need it most, Food for the Poor needs your help. Your one-time gift of just $50 can provide life-saving food for a child for an entire year and provide their community with access to water.
To give a gift of any amount, just call 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
Or you can visit 560theanswer.com/foodforthepoor or just click on the Give Life banner.
Are your file cabinets stuffed with work orders, invoices, bills of lading, medical records, and or compliance papers? There's a solution to clear the clutter by converting your documents into accessible digital form with the help of IDT. They can scan your documents for you or provide you with the technology to transform your workspace with easy and innovative IoT smart connected scanning technology. IoT smart connected scanning not only captures your information, it connects your documents directly to your existing digital systems, ensuring seamless integration and immediate access. Plus, it works with your existing Microsoft Office 365 technology. Convert those physical files into secure, searchable, easy-to-find digital formats. Goodbye, paper chaos. Hello, streamlined, secure digital environment. Visit ready4idt.com. That's ready, the number 4idt.com. IDT, putting paper in its place.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
I love it. Everything that people say on the television about it is absolutely true. As a matter of fact, my boyfriend, even of some of my Balance of Nature, he went and bought his own now.
I've been taking it for a pretty good while now, and I really like it. It makes me feel really good. I feel like I'm taking a product, that's not some kind of gimmick.
I've been a very happy customer. I think it's wonderful stuff.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:37, we'll talk to Steve Moore, our friendly economist, about some of the things Javier Milei had to say on Lex Friedman's podcast. Really a tour de force performance by Milei. We better get our act together because Argentina is going to take over the world if we let Milei go unchallenged. That's at 7:37.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
7:33. Right now we have 42 degrees and gray skies. One person is dead. Nearly 700,000 homes are without power after a bomb cyclone blasted into the Pacific Northwest. The bomb cyclone had strong winds, gusts exceeding 70 miles an hour, and will dump rain and heavy snow from Seattle all the way down eventually to San Francisco. The U.S. is closing its embassy in Ukraine after warning of a possible significant air attack by Russian forces. Los Angeles is one step closer to becoming a sanctuary city for immigrants. The L.A. City Council passed an ordinance yesterday that formally establishes a new policy preventing the city from helping other federal immigration officials. Comcast will be spinning off its cable networks. The media giant is expected to announce today it's separating from CNBC, MSNBC, and other Comcast networks. The British musician who played that famous guitar riff in the iconic James Bond theme has died. His son Vic Flick died November 14th after a battle with Alzheimer's disease. The 87-year-old worked as a session guitarist in the 50s and 60s when he was asked to work on the soundtrack of Dr. No, the first Bond film. He was paid £6 in a one-time fee for the work. He then went on to perform on other 007 soundtracks like Shirley Bassey's theme for Goldfinger, and then went on to work with the Beatles, Tom Jones, the Bee Gees, Eric Clapton, and Cliff Richard throughout his career. Vic Flick, dead at the age of 87. Snow is in the forecast for the Chicago area. Also, we could see its first major freeze tomorrow morning. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson being forced to propose a smaller property tax hike for his 2025 budget.
We've reduced the property tax by $150 million. There's an ongoing level of collaboration that I'm very encouraged by.
Chicago police detective is hurt after trying to stop a deadly stabbing on the Northwest Side Authorities say the off-duty detective witnessed the stabbing in progress in the 5600 block of West Leland. The detective then fired shots at the offender, who fled the scene. The victim of the stabbing died at the scene, while the detective suffered a wound to the leg. Chicago police confirmed the suspect was later found dead in a minivan he used to escape. Blackhawks lost to Anaheim at the United Center 3-2. The Bulls take on the Bucks tonight. College hoops, number 20 Illinois will look to stay undefeated when they take on number 7 Alabama tonight. The news, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a medical PPO, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees nothing but winning.
You know, the guy that doesn't like Hispanics just appointed the first Latino Secretary of State in American history, Marco Rubio. Also, Trump, the misogynist, appointed the first ever female chief of staff, Susie Wiles. Boy, that's some real unconventional decisions from a racist misogynist, huh? A lot of winning.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's no ignoring it. Americans know they've been lied to by the ruling class, that politicians want more control over their lives and more taxes for nonsense. Who voted for this? And how do we get back to normal? It starts by being informed. But who do you trust when the media censors information and colludes with those in charge for their own political power? Breakthrough Ideas is a beacon of clarity in the storm of politics. At Breakthrough, Jeannie Ives and her team follows the legislation and the money and reports back to you so you know who's on your side. Elections matter. Be an informed voter. You can do that by listening to The Real Story with Jeannie Ives on Sunday evenings at 7 p.m. right here on AM 560. Visit breakthrough-ideas.com to sign up for the newsletter, register for upcoming events, and stay informed with fresh content. Then connect with them on social media and share information with others. So together, we vote out the radicals and vote in common sense. That's breakthrough-ideas.com.
Wow. Are you buying or are you selling? As this is being written, silver is up more than 50% in just the past 8 months. And gold is the highest it's ever been. Whether you are just getting into the metals, want to roll your IRA into silver or gold, or want to take some profits off the table, Fox Valley Coins is ready, willing, and able to help. Even though Fox Valley Coins is a national dealer, they're family-owned and in your own backyard. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville almost always has the product you want in stock and pretty much always has the best pricing when you buy or sell. Buying or selling is easy. Bring your items in. We'll establish the price and pay you cash or check on the spot. Don't wait until the end of the year to move your assets around. Did you know that Fox Valley Coins has sold over 3,000 1-ounce silver Donald Trump coins? We have several designs, but they're going fast. Fox Valley Coins on Route 59 in Naperville. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Our video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
740 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Papa Nicholas Coffee. Hot air roasted locally and cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee because great coffee is their family tradition. Online at papanicholas.com. Right now, it's an hour and a half on the inbound Kennedy from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange and climbing right now. Ike on the inbound side, you'll hit the brakes at 25th all the way to Sacramento, an hour 13 into the old post office. Stevenson, an accident, car into the wall, inbound at Central. The Bishop Ford is a mess inbound, 115th into the Dan Ryan. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Cloudy and cooler, a little rain throughout the day, high 48. Mostly cloudy, rain and snow beginning overnight, low 31. Cloudy and 42. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Man, is Javier Milei, breath of fresh air. Man, is he a breath of fresh air. And Milei, which do you prefer, Amy?
I like Milei.
You like Milei? All right, I'm going to stick with
Milei.
Milei.
Which means
then.
it's Milei.
Because it's like you say you say Caribbean and I say Caribbean.
Right.
On the Food for the Poor ads. Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
You say potato, I say potato.
Exactly.
Okay,
Milei sat down with Lex Friedman podcast, and it was it was entertaining. This guy is. Maybe we should put more economists in charge of countries. I don't want Steve Moore to get any ideas, but Milei on socialists.
And also we must not forget that those murderers called socialists killed 150 million people. So they clearly cannot fight on equal terms. Therefore, they demand that social networks have censorship and that the truth cannot be told to them. Because when you tell a socialist the truth, they cry, claiming it's hate speech. No, it's not hate speech. It's that you are useless people who have ruined the planet.
That's unfiltered, and I love it. I mean, I love it. This guy is, first of all, just so philosophically, he describes himself. He's an anarcho-capitalist. When was the last time you heard a politician, much less a head of state, describe themselves as an anarcho-capitalist? I'll tell you when. Never.
Strictly speaking, I am an anarcho-capitalist. I despise the state, government. I despise violence. Let us suppose we take the definition of liberalism. I usually use the definition of liberalism given by Alberto Venegas Linchijo, which is very much in line with the definition of John Locke, which essentially matches the definition by Alberto Venegas Lynch Jr., who said that liberalism is the unrestricted respect for the life project of others based on the principle of non-aggression and in defense of the right to life, liberty, and property.
That's small L liberalism, of course, but that doesn't mean that, and this is where he parts company from so many on the, what I would call the libertarian left, but libertarians, generally speaking, who sort of dabble in politics and can often upset the apple cart and do little else.
If you don't get involved and don't get into it, no, you don't do anything. So, I mean, what do I know is that there are many liberals, libertarians, and anarcho-capitalists who are really useless because all they do is criticize, let's say, those of us who want to lead the world toward the ideas of freedom. And what they don't realize is that power is a zero-sum game. And if we don't have it, then the left will have it. Therefore, if you level your harshest criticism at those in your own ranks, you end up being subservient to socialism, probably.
He's also a one-man doge down in Argentina. I mean, I hope, I know they are, Elon and Vivek are paying attention.
So to us, it was crucial to end fiscal deficit. One of the things we promised during the campaign had been to reduce the number of ministries, and indeed we reduced to less than half the number of ministries, because we went to 9 ministries, today we have 8. We have also laid off a large number of civil employees. Today I can say that we've already dismissed about 50,000 of them. And we practically don't renew any contracts unless the positions are absolutely necessary. At the same time, we have stopped public works and we have eliminated discretionary transfers to the provinces. We have also diluted public sector wages. Also, we have eliminated economic subsidies by restoring utility rates to the right levels.
So, right, he's basically, in a word, he is rescuing the Argentinian people from their government, a government that was running inflation into the thousands of a percent, just destroying wealth in that country. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by another economist, Steve Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again, who he wrote with Art Laffer. Basically, just cut and paste what Milei is doing, Steve.
Yeah, amazing stuff. By the way, can you guys tell me what country in North and South America has had the fastest growing stock market in the last year?
Argentina.
You got it. Ding, 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 ding. Yep. I mean, it's amazing when you move to free markets and free enterprise, how people's wealth goes up and how people's incomes go up. It's really a remarkable story. And by the way, he is, of course, right that the greatest butchers on the history of the planet, even more so than people like Hitler, were the communists and the socialists who I mean, actually, Stalin killed more people than Hitler did. So this is his statistics are 100% correct that communism kills people and it kills the planet. By the way, we know the biggest polluter on the planet today is Russia and China. Gee, those are the two socialist countries. He's spot on, and it's so nice to hear someone make these points so cogently. And I'm proud of the guy, and I think he has the model for the rest of the world. By the way, speaking of things, though, back here at home, I don't know if you saw just, I think this morning, these new consumer confidence numbers came out. It's been, 2 weeks since the election? Guess what happened to consumer confidence?
Through the roof. Through the roof,
baby. Yep. And he isn't even in the White House yet. So pretty amazing stuff. I mean, I notice this everywhere I go, by the way. I've been going to Virginia, Maryland. I was in Florida. I was in South Carolina. There's just a bounce in people's step right now as they realize, hey, maybe the government, maybe those 60,000 new IRS agents aren't going to be on my back now.
Well, yeah. I mean, there obviously is enthusiasm because people. 75%, 80% of people thought the country was on the wrong track. So,
yeah.
Even if it was a full-throated embrace of Trump.
Yeah. Dan, Amy, you know where people are really unhappy?
Chicago,
L.A.
No, Washington, D.C.
Oh, well, yeah, that too.
We are going to, hopefully this time around, Mr. President, hopefully this time around we will drain the swamp. We did not do it the first time. We promised to do it, but we struck out. But, look, there are so many outrageous, positions that could be completely eliminated. In fact, while I'm talking to you, I'm gonna pull up this email I just got. This is just amazing. Hold on just one second. You're going to love this. This is the something called the Director of Climate Diversification at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. Gee, do you think we need that?
Yeah. I mean, we could.
Yeah. No, I've never heard of this thing, U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, which we don't need, but they actually have a Director of Climate Diversification.
Well, and so let's talk a little bit about the Trump team. I mean, speaking of energy, Chris Wright from Liberty Energy is an exciting pick too. I mean
awesome guy. Yep.
he's a guy that's going to be on the program to unleash America's energy capacity.
You got it. And so he's a fantastic guy. He's a member of our Unleashed Prosperity Task Force. He's a self-made man, knows how to build a business, build it into a multi-billion-dollar business. We're going to, I think Trump so far, he's made some questionable picks, so let's be honest about that. But, when it comes to, the energy stuff, I think he has picked people who really know what they're doing and have done it. And these are people of accomplishment. Unlike, I know, replacing, your friend, who's our transportation secretary, Pete
Mayor
Buttigieg.
Pete.
I hate to see him go. He's done such a wonderful job. But we're going to put professionals in these offices. And right now the energy secretary is the former governor of Michigan, who knows nothing about energy. So you're putting actually people in these positions who know something about what they do. They're not just there for diversification purposes.
And your thoughts on Howard Lutnick as a Commerce Secretary?
That is the very definition. If you look up in the dictionary booby prize, Howard Lutnick's picture comes up. Commerce Secretary is the booby prize. And look, the guy overplayed his hand. He was supposed to be the head of the transition, and all he did was try to promote himself. And so I'm very proud of the president, not giving him the Treasury position, because that's one of the most important jobs. And of course, that's the job that I'm going to fill.
Yeah, there's a little palace intrigue surrounding the Treasury Secretary because Musk endorsed Lutnick for Treasury Secretary, but I know Trump was annoyed by I read that Trump was annoyed by his sort of electioneering for that post, and he's brought in some other names in addition to your guy Bessent as possible Treasury Secretary. So you still like Bessent?
Yeah, sure. I like Scott Bessent. I like Bill Hagerty. He's the senator from Tennessee. He'd be excellent. And look, Kudlow. Don't count Kudlow out.
No, I'm not. He's got a TV show. He's probably the front runner.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, right, exactly. And he would name you, Dan, his deputy.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
Those are the most important questions, and I think that let me just say that I'm relieved that it's not going to be Lutnick, because you want people who want to be there to make the country great, not to make themselves great.
Oh,
wow!
Oh boy, shot across the bow.
Cat fight going on there, huh?
So what about the economic plan? Where everybody's looking at day one, and so out of the gate, what do you expect Trump and congressional Republicans to do? Is that taking form?
They'll disappoint us, as they always do. No, I'm only kidding, but only half kidding. I don't want people to think that Republicans are the salvation for our problems, because you and I and Amy have learned over decades that that's not always the case. But I do think there will be real change, and I think people are going to be. Look, Trump is going to go. He is going to be like Secretariat out of the gate. He is going to stampede right down that racetrack. And on the first day, because I've been part of this team, we put together over 200 executive orders ready to go, literally in his first hour back in the Oval Office signing. And you know what most of those executive orders do?
Undo what Biden did?
Exactly. Sorry, Biden, not this, not that. And so one of the first things we're going to do is pull the United States out of the un-American Paris Climate Accord. Although, did you see, Dan and Amy, how low is this? That the CEO of Exxon wrote a note to Trump saying, "Don't pull the U.S. out of the climate change
agreement."
Treaty.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
come on, Dan. That's called the suicidal corporate impulse.
Well, right, but this is a reminder too. Speaking of, don't get your hopes up. Don't fall in love with Republicans; they'll only break your heart. Don't fall in love with oil company executives too. We like energy producers. We want to be energy independent, but we don't like rent seekers. We're not in love with C-suite guys at Exxon and these other big conglomerates. So. It's about what's in our interest, not what's in their interest on the social circuit.
And this is actually a good lesson here for why regulations people always ask me, why do the big corporations always support these regulations, whether it's banking industry regulation or environmental?
Stamp out
And the answer is
competition.
because, the big guys can swallow the cost of these things. Like, the banking regulations, it's always the big banks that support the regulation because they're trying to put the community banks out of, if a big bank has to have 15, diversity officers, that doesn't necessarily affect, Citibank. But if the community bank down the street has to do it, they're out of business. So a lot of these regulations just favor the big guys in the industry, and this is a perfect example of that. But how pathetic is that? And incidentally, they have the climate change conference has been going on now for 2 weeks, and I can't even pronounce the name of the country.
Azerbaijan. Yeah, right. Yeah,
Azerbaijan.
Right.
Anyway, did you see my friend? Do you know Mark Morano? He runs the Climate Change Depot, and it's a great website. And he was showing these pictures of the huge buffet lines, and they've got steak and they got chicken. And I went, wait a minute, you're the people who said we have to give up eating meat. And they're feasting on this stuff while they drink on champagne, and they talk about how much they care about the planet.
And in the G20, they can't even get Biden to hang around for a group picture. It's very sad what's happening. But I wanted to get to go back to the Paris climate thing. Paul Tice, who's at the National Center for Energy Analytics, makes the point that, the executive order that you just mentioned, that's fine. But what we really should do is have the Senate vote formally to pull us out
idea.
so that it can't be, redone with executive order. That we should have Congress vote on treaties again. That's part of making America great again.
Yeah, I agree with that. And by the way, I can't even assure you that if the Senate voted, so many weenies in the Senate, they may actually vote to keep us in. But the reason this is important, though, is because these senators should go on record.
Absolutely.
I think you've got two dodo brain, senators in Illinois. Do you think they're going to vote to pull us out?
Durbin and Duckworth, no. But I mean, the point is, this would be another early test of Thune's leadership. Let's put him to the test. Let's see what we got.
Well, exactly. Now, look, I mean, what I'm saying though is that I'm with you. I think it is important that the Congress actually vote on these things, and this is part of the Senate's responsibilities. It's in the Constitution that treaties are supposed to be, accepted or voted down by the Senate, and they've abrogated the responsibility for 50 years. So I'm completely with you. Let's get these guys on record and see what they think about these policies. But the Paris Climate Accord, all it does is tax American citizens. It's just a huge tax on the USA.
Steve Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again.
The miracle is already happening.
He's excited. Thanks, Steve.
All right, guys.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations, combines heritage and innovation in every cup. Our coffee is locally roasted, hot air roasted, and cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Whether you prefer a 12-ounce bag or a 28-ounce bag, or even the convenience of K-Cups, you'll find Papa Nicholas Coffee at your local retailer. Taste the difference that 5 generations of expertise brings. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee, because great coffee is our family tradition. Visit online at papanicholas.com. That's papanicholas.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Now we'll turn our attention to Alvin Bragg and Judge Merchant and the circus that continues in Manhattan. That's at 8:08.
But first, let's stop by that newsroom once again. Say good morning to a very busy man. Here's Mike Scott.
Mayor Johnson proposing a smaller property tax hike. An Illinois man arrested for plotting to abduct a child in Florida. A man charged in the killing of a doctor in Barrington. Longtime all-boys school in Aurora, planning to become co-ed. Blackhawks falter in the third period. Bulls visit the Bucks. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
A verdict could come fast. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. Jose Ibarra will not testify in his own defense at his murder trial in Georgia. He's accused of killing nursing student Laken Riley. 2 more defense witnesses are expected before closing arguments in a case being decided by a judge, not a jury, at Ibarra's request.
Day 3 into Jose Ibarra's murder trial in Athens, and a medical examiner testified on 22-year-old Laken Riley's cause of death.
Her cause of death is the combined effects of blunt force head trauma and asphyxia.
What is her manner of death?
Homicide.
State crime lab investigators also testified that Riley's hair and blood was found on Ibarra's jacket. Her DNA found on his hat and gloves. Ibarra's DNA found under Riley's fingernails. Damning evidence against the Venezuelan national who's pled not guilty to 10 counts in Riley's murder.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. President-elect Trump says he'll nominate former Small Business Administration chief and pro wrestling executive Linda McMahon as Education Secretary, and former TV doctor and Senate candidate Mehmet Oz to run the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Some Trump picks will be meeting today with senators voting on their confirmation, joined by Vice President-elect Senator J.D. Vance at the Capitol.
It includes the Attorney General pick, Matt Gaetz, who is facing significant opposition. Trump says he's sticking with him.
Mr. President, are you reconsidering the nomination of Matt Gaetz?
No. Even some Republicans have acknowledged Gaetz, who the House Ethics Committee is investigating for alleged sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, has an uphill climb in the Senate. Gaetz joins Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth, UN Ambassador pick Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, and Veterans Affairs Secretary choice Doug Collins on the Vance Senate lobby tour.
Fox's Rich Edson. More than 500,000 homes and businesses have power knocked out by a storm in Washington state. There's at least one death reported, a woman hit by a fallen tree at a homeless encampment. Up to 16 inches of rain is expected in parts of the Pacific Northwest and Northern California by tomorrow. America's listening to Fox News.
42 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Snow in the forecast. We could also see our first hard freeze of the fall tomorrow morning, with temperatures dropping below 30 degrees. Mayor Brandon Johnson being forced to propose a smaller property tax hike for his 2025 budget.
We hope this productive collaboration pushes us to find more progressive revenue sources and more efficiencies that will balance our budget.
The mayor's new $150 million tax increase comes after his original $300 million recommendation was unanimously voted down last week by the city council. A Chicago police detective is hurt after trying to stop a deadly stabbing on the Northwest Side.
You can't mistake it. Once you hear it, you know what it is, and you know that something awful is happening.
Authorities say the off-duty detective witnessed a stabbing in progress yesterday in the 5600 block of West Leland Avenue. The detective fired shots, who fled the scene. The victim of that stabbing died at the scene, while the detective suffered a wound to the leg while attempting to stop the offender. Later, Chicago police confirmed they found the suspect dead in a minivan that he used to escape. Blackhawks lost to Anaheim at the UC 3-2. The Bulls visit Milwaukee tonight. College hoops tonight. The Fighting Illini take on number 7 Alabama. The news, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a medical PPO, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Check if you qualify. AlmostFreeTeeth.com. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. And now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
More people were shopping at Target in recent months, but they were not spending as much. Shoppers are buying essentials at Target, but they're pulling back on buying clothing, home goods, and TVs. Earnings and revenue were disappointing, and now Target's lowering expectations for the year. Target says because of the October port strike, it was importing more products than usual, which did cost the company more. Delta Airlines is upbeat about its business and says it is well positioned for future growth because of high-income travelers and millennials. And Uber Technologies is launching a new service aimed at serving holiday travelers. It's called XXL. It's targeted to serve airport travel and promises extra trunk space. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola, invested in you.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
My husband's a retired cop, and I worked in a hospital for years. I'm going out right now because I'm getting ready to paint my fence. It's just literally amazing. And, you know, you watch the TV articles, you go, yeah. Well, at least it's 100% returnable if it doesn't work. I'm not kidding you. It is the most amazing product I've ever taken.
Oh, I have a friend, Julia, who has taken a Balance of Nature now for quite some time. And she said, oh, Becky, ask your doctor about taking Balance of Nature. So I talked to my doctor about it, and she said, oh, try it.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation welcomed U.S. Army Specialist Brent Menard into a new mortgage-free smart home in Florida. Now, while on a road clearance mission in Afghanistan, Brent's vehicle was blown up by an improvised explosive device. Brent became a T4 paraplegic. Tunnel to Towers built him a specially adapted smart home that allows severely injured heroes like Brett to live more independently. We hope you'll donate $11 a month so this great work can continue. Just go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
It is 8:08. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this update is a service of Trim Light Chicago. Don't let hanging holiday lights get you in a Scrooge mood. 'Tis the season to save time, money, and energy with permanent programmable holiday lighting for your home. Get your free quote today at trimlight-chicago.com. In Lombard, you've got an accident bottling up two right-hand lanes on Roosevelt Road, eastbound, right at Lawler. Now, that is a car versus a school bus accident, but we understand through police that school bus was empty. Also in Mundelein, you've got traffic signal problems at Allison and Washington Boulevard. Problems in northwest Indiana on I-65. You've got road work popping up northbound between the Newton-Jasper County line and State Road 2, slowing things up. And an accident on the Veterans Memorial Tollway, I-355 northbound at the Des Plaines River Valley Bridge. And there's debris also blocking a left-hand lane. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Steve Williams.
A bit of rain early this morning, otherwise clouds breezy and cooler. Showers late this afternoon, high 48. Cloudy, breezy, rain or snow shower tonight, low 31. Windy day tomorrow, some snow mixing with rain. Could see about an inch. The high tomorrow at 40. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
42 at O'Hare, 42 at Midway. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Well, Alvin Bragg and Judge Merchan in Manhattan have gotten themselves into a bit of a sticky wicket, and they can't figure their way out. They have to keep up appearances.
Oh, yes.
I mean, it had to be like this was a real, these were real crimes that Trump committed in the business records case, and this was a legitimate prosecution, and Judge Merchan presided over the trial in a professional manner. Everything is on the up and up here. And so the conviction must stand and sentence must be imposed. But very much like counting votes in California or Pennsylvania or Cook County, no sentence will be imposed before its time. Right. Alvin Bragg requesting yesterday that sentencing be delayed until after Trump leaves office in 2029.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us on that very same line.
Jonathan Turley, of course, George Washington University law professor, weighing in on the layaway president play by Bragg and Merchan. Well, by Bragg, we'll see what Merchan does.
But the one option that he shouldn't consider is the one that Bragg is pushing, that we should have this suspended for 4 years. Consider the implications of that for an American president. It would mean a local judge and a local prosecutor have basically the president on a leash. And keep in mind also that the governor of that state can pardon the president. Now, this is not to say that Trump would be yielding to that type of pressure, but it's going to create this appearance of a president who is beholden to local and state officials. Whenever Trump makes a New York decision, they're going to ask, did it factor in that they're holding this card that they're going to play in 2029? And once again, I don't believe that that's going to influence President Trump. What I'm saying is that this is an unprecedented and dangerous type of condition. It's creating a type of layaway presidency that they're going to redeem him in 2029 and try to put him in jail.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. What do you think about this latest twist in this soap opera? Just thinking about this, was it not Martin Luther King in his letter from a Birmingham jail who said justice too long delayed is justice denied?
Oh.
4
to
years?
hang this over his head for 4 years.
Come on.
They're just they're just scoring on him after, dunking on him now at this point in time.
They couldn't get him in jail before the election, so they'll get him in jail after his presidency.
This pisses me off. And also, Bragg is up for re-election, Dan, and by all accounts, he's going to win. Why doesn't he focus on crime that's happening in the city? They had a homeless man, Dan, who has been arrested 8 times, who randomly at 8 in the morning just stabbed 3 people to death with a steak knife.
Too bad Daniel Penny wasn't around.
Oh, you know what? You're right. But I mean, I just hope like hell that Trump or somebody fights to make sure he doesn't get reelected or puts up a candidate that's at least, can challenge him. But it might be a little too late for that. But I mean, this guy, he campaigned on the fact that he was going to take Trump down. Well, guess what? It didn't work, buddy. Take the L.
Well, to do any of that would be to not be the Soros-funded prosecutor that he is. I mean, you're asking, it's the same thing as asking, Kim Fox to prosecute repeat violent offenders. That's just not going to happen, or to not play politics with the law and their respective offices. It's just not going to happen. That's not who they are. But I'm not so, the election, Manhattan's going to do what it's going to do. I don't know about involvement there. Although it would be nice to see Bragg get ousted.
Oh, it'd be great.
I wonder if there's an opportunity there if you could put up a credible candidate. I wonder even what Eric Adams' view on Alvin Bragg is. That could be interesting. It's starting to get a little interesting in New York, much more interesting than Chicago. But don't forget the Department of Justice and the conversation we had with Professor Jacobson from Cornell and others. What you've heard from Mike Davis, the Article 3 Project, is the Department of Justice has every right to investigate any reasonable belief they have that somebody infringed on Trump's civil rights. And so that puts Bragg and Letitia James in the investigatory crosshairs but by their own words, in addition to the actions that follow those words. So, there's going to be more chapters to this story. The first one, Merchant did grant the stay. Generally, he didn't grant that specific stay of 4 years, as you heard Turley saying, the one option he shouldn't consider. It is absurd. But, again, to the extent you think that shot callers on the left learned any lessons from November 5th, they're going to repent and change their ways in some material manner? No. No, they are not. Steve in Oswego. Hey, Steve.
Oh, hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. A couple thoughts on this. The first one is that I think what they're probably trying to do for the long game is leave open the option of making this thing just quietly disappear. You have to remember Kamala Harris got something like 60% of the vote, I want to say, in New York. We're not talking about bright people with long attention spans. And, by about the next election cycle, they will have forgotten. He will run for office saying, I got a conviction on Trump. And these people will elect him. And then he could say, I'm the one that got it done, and they dropped the ball getting him sentenced.
Thanks for the call, Steve. Now, again, Merchant also has to rule on a motion to dismiss from Trump's attorneys. So we'll see if he wants to make this go away or if he wants this to hang over Trump's head and their heads as well.
Right.
Greg in Jefferson Park.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. You hit it right on the head. And if these guys are successful in doing what they're trying to do, putting them in prison afterwards, I got 3 words: dead men walking. Somebody's going to whack those guys.
No, I don't. We just want to get them out of office.
They're gone, man.
Well, the GOP.
All right, Greg, the reservoir dog from Jefferson Park.
Yes, the GOP state leader in New York, Ed Cox, says that they're going to put a nominee up that's going to be pretty competitive against Bragg next year. So.
Well, I hope that's true.
Because if he gets reelected, please, they'll be the laughing stock. But then, look at what we did here in Cook County.
Exactly. They have a long way to go to be a bigger laughing stock than
us.
Than the land of Pritzker and Brandon and Kim and Glenn in Orlando.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'd like to see a judicial and attorney review board go after these Bragg and Mershon and sanction them for abuse of power.
Well, it'd be nice to have, thanks, Glenn, it'd be nice to have some accountability at the state level in New York, the city and state level, but it's tough to come by in big blue cities, isn't it? David in Winnetka.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. The 2 coolest people on radio airwaves. Every time you talk to these freaks, goons, goblins, weirdos, whatever else, imbeciles, and you ask them about, well, it's just exactly what about does Trump do? What is it you don't like? Why wouldn't you vote? What? The latest one was because he's a felon. Well, how sweet would it be if he actually did go to jail and was calling the shots from jail? And how absolutely insane would it drive every one of them back? I wish he did just a few months. Yeah.
Well, exactly. I mean, thanks for the call, David. That was sort of my fantasy when we were talking to Professor Jacobson from Cornell last week, is for Trump to show up and say, no delays. I want to be sentenced now. I want to start serving my time right now. Put me in jail, Judge Merchan. Do it. This was all real serious, and I'm some sort of I need to be made an example of for others. So you run your game. You take your argument out to its logical, if absurd, conclusion. This was serious, the resources devoted, and it had to be done before the election because of the threat and because of the example and because of the rule of law. We must uphold the rule of law. No one is above the law. So do it, buddy. Put me in the can, right? Do what you're going to do. That would be a moment. That would be a moment. Trump daring him. Yep. Michael in Barrington.
Hi, good morning. I heard Mark Levin talking to Brett Baier, and this was something that I had already thought about. There is precedent for this to go to the Supreme Court. And in his view, and again, he has his sources, this is something that he believes that the Supreme Court is chomping at the bit to get their hands on. And given the fact of the ratio between the conservatives and the liberals on that court, I think it's safe to assume that the president would win. And the repudiation of Alvin Bragg and Marchand would be a stain on their careers, albeit in New York. It may not be a greater stain, but it would be on them on the record. So that's my take on it.
Thanks for the call, Michael. Well, I mean, certainly it would go to the Supreme Court if Merchan granted Bragg's request for a stay until 2029. I mean, that's just an unconstitutional delay. I assume there are probably state laws with state speedy trial laws in a state speedy trial law in New York, and in addition to that, it's just so violative of the right to a speedy trial. The delay that has nothing to do with the defendant's conduct. 4 years? No way. There's no way it would stand if he did it. So if he doesn't do it, then, well, you got to just, adjudicate the matter. So chop, chop. What's it going to be? Lee and Hammond.
Yeah, guys. I thought I heard Jonathan Turley the other night on TV saying that I think there's a law in New York that someone has to be sentenced within 12 months of conviction. If they're not, well, then they could actually make a claim of, violation of, what is it?
A speedy trial. Yeah, but I assume.
Speedy trial, right.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I assume there was. I don't know what the duration was, but I'm sure it's not 4 years. I mean, it is beyond absurd. This is, by the way, just remember Alvin Bragg. This is a Harvard-educated attorney. Aren't you impressed? Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
All right, once again, our Food for the Poor campaign is underway as we help to provide life-saving food to children in Latin America and the Caribbean. During this season of economic decline, unemployment, and rising food costs, millions of children and their families are suffering, and they simply don't know where their next meal will come from. And this can lead to sickness, disease, and ultimately, the worst thing ever, starvation.
That's why we're partnering with Food for the Poor, a faith-based nonprofit relief organization, as we have for many years now, that works directly with their partners on the ground in Latin America and the Caribbean to operate feeding centers. The relationship Food for the Poor has with the locals ensures the money that we raise during the campaign is used efficiently to get food to children and families who need it the most.
And your gift of $50 can feed one child for an entire year and provide access to clean water for the entire community. And if you bump that up to a gift of $200, guess what? You can feed 4 children for 1 year. That's the impact your gift can have. To make a gift of any amount, whether it's $5, $10, $50, or $200, please call this number, 844-862-4673, or simply just go to 560theanswer.com/food for the poor.
And again, a 5-star Charity Navigator rated nonprofit, that's Food for the Poor. 90% plus of every dollar raised goes directly to the provision of goods to people in need in Latin America and the Caribbean. So if you're a business owner, in addition to individuals making it, if you're a business owner or you make the marketing decisions for a business, please consider becoming a business benefactor. We're running that program again. How that works, you make a tax-deductible gift of $2,500 to Food for the Poor, and we at AM 560 give you, your company, 41-minute commercials to air on this station, prime broadcast hours, Monday through Friday between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. That is the best deal in Chicago radio. At the same time, you'll be providing life-saving food for more than 50 children in Latin America and the Caribbean with that $2,500 donation. To become a business benefactor, you just call our general sales manager. Her name is Ann Jeanette, and her phone number is 847-472-8951. Again, to become a business benefactor, call Ann Jeanette at 847-472-8951. Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Jim Keene Jr. of the Mail House, Inc., a family-owned and operated digital print mail house with a specialty in political advertising and a customer of Signature Bank. We knew that getting a loan to buy our business wouldn't be easy, so we turned to one of our trusted friends for a referral. She told us about the outstanding level of customer service her business received at Signature Bank since becoming one of their first customers in 2006. Today, we couldn't be happier. Not only did Signature help us finance the purchase of the mail house, but they supported our growth as we modernized our operations in mailing as well as from traditional to digital printing. If you're looking for a great bank to grow your business, take a look at Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, doing it early today, taking my Balance of Nature. Why? Well, I definitely did not get enough fruits and veggies yesterday, and that's where Balance of Nature comes in. 6 capsules, you're getting several servings of 31 different fruits and veggies. If you crack open the fruit capsules, you can smell it. Crack open the vegetable capsules, you can smell that too. There's a lot in there, and all you have to do is listen to Phil Sims. He loves Balance of Nature, and he always lists off all the ingredients inside during those commercials. So celebrate this season. Take care of yourself because the celebration is that the Black Friday savings is going to last all month long. So when you order your fruits and veggies today by calling this number, 800-246-8751, and use coupon code Chicago, you're going to get 50%. Yes, half off your first set and free shipping when you sign up as a new preferred customer. If you've ever thought about trying Balance of Nature, this is the time because it is half off. Go to balanceofnature.com, use coupon code Chicago, or simply call 800-246-8751 and use coupon code Chicago to save 50%.
Let the season of festivities begin at Trump International Hotel and Tower, Chicago. Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel where luxury and holiday cheer come alive in the heart of the Windy City. From opulent holiday decor to exquisite dining, Trump Chicago offers an unparalleled holiday experience. Celebrate Thanksgiving at Trump Chicago with a delicious buffet featuring maple-glazed, sage-roasted turkey, artisanal cheeses, and live entertainment on Thursday, November 28th from 4 to 7 p.m. There will be no better place to celebrate Thanksgiving throughout the city, as guests of Trump Chicago will have the most iconic views of the city's skyline, all while delighting in this one-of-a-kind Thanksgiving dinner extravaganza. Admission to the event includes full dinner buffet, carving station, raw bar station, cheese and charcuterie station, dessert station, bar including selection of wine, champagne, and beer, live entertainment, and more. Prices are $185 per adult and $55 per child. Book now via Eventbrite.com. Search Trump Thanksgiving.
Let's get real. Did you wake up this morning with joint pain? Does it hurt doing the most routine activities? Have they told you it's time for knee or hip replacement surgery? Hi, it's Amy Jacobson, and stop what you're doing and listen. You deserve a life of comfort and ease with no surgery and no meds. And if you're a good candidate for these new treatments, QC Kinetics can get you there. Folks, it's an all-natural approach that harnesses your body's own healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritic pain. Tens of thousands of satisfied patients with more every day. Yes, you can have real lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, without downtime. Learn about all of your options at QC Kinetics. The consultation is free with Saturday appointments available. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Call 312-809-5955.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, before we go, we've got somebody who wants to comment on our interview last hour with Dr. Leonard Sachs. Danny in Virginia, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, guys. Thanks a lot for taking my call. Was doing the far-flung regions of Rumble.
Nice.
When Dr. Sachs talked about the autism, my son, when he was in middle school, he complained about the really loud classroom atmosphere, the environment. And we're talking about kids spontaneously jumping onto desks and dancing and stuff. Well, the teacher, when I'd spoken to her, she had suggested that perhaps my son had autism and that the noise level in the room was actually acceptable.
And did you take him to get diagnosed? Or
No. He's a perfectly normal young man. He's outgoing. The mouse peeing on cotton doesn't freak him out or anything. He's not susceptible to noises, so.
Right, so it was a chaotic environment in the classroom, and it was, hey, teacher, get control of your classroom.
Covering her butt, yeah.
Yeah, hey, teacher, leave those kids alone, yeah.
And not to put any ideas in the Wonder Weasel's ears, but perhaps Mershawn and Bragg and them could perhaps say they suffer from autism, perhaps around the spectrum, and that could be a good defense for them.
All right, thanks for the call, Danny. Coming up at 8:38, the degradation of Chicago's art scene continues. I feel compelled to address this new offering from the Lyric Opera, so we'll talk about it at 8:38.
And their ratings dropped. We'll explain what show and why. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
42 degrees at 8:33. The U.S. Embassy in Ukraine closing, following a warning of a possible significant air attack by Russian forces. The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv issued the urgent warning this morning. Powerful bomb cyclone being blamed for at least one death as it brought heavy rain and wind to the Pacific Northwest. Dr. Mehmet Oz being chosen by President-elect Trump to head the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. CMS oversees things like Medicare, Medicaid, and the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP. Former Hong Kong publisher and media tycoon Jimmy Lai testifying in his defense at his landmark national security trial in Hong Kong today, telling the court about his 2019 meetings with former U.S. Vice President Mike Pence and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Snow in the forecast for the Chicago area. National Weather Service says Chicago could see its first heavy freeze tomorrow morning and light to moderate snowfall. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson being forced to propose an even smaller property tax hike for his 2025 budget proposal.
We've reduced the property tax by $150 million. There's an ongoing level of collaboration that I'm very encouraged by.
Johnson also wants to close a budget gap by putting new taxes on streaming subscriptions and the digital lease of cloud computing space. Blackhawks lost to Anaheim 3-2. The Bulls take on Milwaukee tonight. Number 20 Fighting Illini look to stay undefeated in college hoops when they take on number 7 Alabama. Last night, Notre Dame beat North Dakota. Northwestern took down Montana State. DePaul a win over Eastern Illinois, and Loyola sunk Southern Utah. The news service, a balance of nature, fruits and veggies in a capsule. Save 35% off your first preferred order with promo code Chicago. Hurry, offer ends soon. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
November 2nd, 2020, marked the 100th anniversary of the first commercial radio broadcast. We're still here, and we're bigger and better than ever. You can still listen to us over this great radio station, but now there are no limitations. Your smartphone is now your smart radio. Listen to us online on the app, TuneIn.com, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey.com. Your smart speaker can find us too. With radio, there is no separation anxiety. We're always on. AM 560, The Answer.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
This is David Hochberg with an emergency mortgage alert. If you're purchasing a new home or refinancing your existing home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. It finally happened. After 30 long and excruciating months, Fed Chair Powell just lowered interest rates 0.5 point, which means credit cards, car and home equity loans will be lower and less expensive. Most importantly, mortgage rates have dropped to their lowest levels since last February. The past 3 years have knocked out over 60% of our competition, who are back in the mall spinning pretzels and folding underpants. Team Hochberg's weathered the storm and is ready to help you, your friends, and family reduce your rate and monthly payments. If your interest rate is 7 or above, call Team Hochberg now. Not when you get home, not tomorrow, now for a complimentary mortgage review. 855-563-2843 or 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484.
8:39. Let's get an update on the roads. We do that in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center, and this update is a service of Lowe's. It's Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Take an additional 10% off when you buy other select major appliances. Valid 11/6 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details while supplies last. New Lennox as you're traveling on US 6, that's Southwest Highway. On the on-ramp from northbound Veterans Memorial Toll, you've got an accident there on the entrance ramp and a downed light pole there as well. Lombard, Lawler Avenue between Pershing and Roosevelt shut down entirely due to an accident investigation. Car into an empty school bus, and that investigation continues. I-80 solid traffic eastbound between Larkin and Briggs. Stalled semi left lane block on the Veterans Memorial Toll. I-355 northbound jammed up. Boughton up to the Reagan Tollway, I-88. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Cloudy, cooler, a bit of rain throughout the day. High 48. We'll head down to a low near 30 overnight with rain and snow, and windy, colder with snow mixing with rain. Could see up to 1 inch in spots and a high near 40. It's 42 right now. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. I tweeted about this new offering at the Lyric Opera over the weekend, and I got a lot of good responses back from fellow former devotees to the Lyric. So I figured let's broaden it and have a conversation on the show about it. The new offering is a opera entitled Blue.
Okay.
And it's a story of police misconduct.
Of course
this
it is.
The work of a Chicago-trained tenor named Trayvon Walker, who discussed it with WBEZ. And since we all paid for this story, we might as well use it. Right?
That's right. Do not forget.
Mm-hmm.
Our tax dollars are going to that. And Sesame Street, which just turned 55.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can probably guess where this is going to go. It's, black father who is a police officer, black son who is not, and son gets shot by a cop. And, Trayvon Walker says this. With canonical operatic works like La Bohème or operas by Mozart, there's a lot of themes that are very universal to our lives. But in a way, as an audience member, you can still detach yourself from it. But with Blue, you're faced with these themes that are universal, but they're also very current. You can't really separate yourself from it. I think it's important that we show productions like this. It's important it's important that people sit with the discomfort of that so they can really fully understand what people are going through. One of the biggest things I hope people take away from the show is that black people, specifically black Americans, are strong and resilient. I think the show shows that in a couple of ways. It shows it in how the family grieves the loss of their son. It shows how the community around them helps and builds them up in the best way they know how. There's such a community aspect to the black American experience, and it's so beautiful. That's all well and good, and that's fine to have that perspective. But there has to be evidentiary support for that claim, and it doesn't strike me that there is. Well, what it strikes me as this is a positively cliched offering about that perpetuates this notion that black men in particular are being hunted by police, and that white cops in particular routinely are shooting black people, black men specifically, for no reason. That's what really comes across if you read the subtext of all that high-minded rhetoric. And if you don't think so, I had my mom sit me down when I was 16 and I got my driver's license, and she told me, if you ever get stopped by the police, this is what you have to do. You can't be disrespectful. I think that is an experience that is unique to a lot of people, and I think it's really important that we show that to the general mass of opera goers. I think the general mass of opera goers, all those old fogies in the audience, have had that conversation with their kids a long time ago. And
I had that conversation with my kids when they got their driver's license, and it wasn't because they're brown or considered brown people or Latinx, because that's what you have to do as a parent.
In the a lyric from the duet that Trayvon Walker sings with his on stage father, "You're a black boy, a walking, moving target." And I say, that's the father to the son, who's a cop, right? "You're a black boy, you're a walking, moving target." And then Walker replies, "I'm an endangered species. I'm a black man brought into this world as white people's fodder for labor and for sport. We go so far, but no further." So bump those lyrics up against that high-minded talk about how this is just a celebration of the resiliency of black Americans and the black community. That's all well and good if it was actually that. That would be great. But that's not what it is, not when you are platforming that sort of dreck. And this is the larger point about this, too. I mean, this is, completely unsurprising. Completely unsurprising. And it's generally not particularly interesting because it's such a cliche. But it's more about the institution for me. And we've talked about the arts before, on again and off again, because the arts are important. I mean, the artistic creation is part of beauty in life. And so we get caricatured, conservatives, as, the finer things and the arts and music, and that's not true. It's not true that we're indifferent to these things. In point of fact, very interested. But this is it's so banal, and it does what the left always does when they get into politics and away from what they're really good at. Some, at least, are really good at, like singing, composing, compelling operas. It mischaracterizes through caricature. It takes one person's quote-unquote lived experience and spreads it across an entire group. And it's the sort of cut-and-paste sentimental pap that has degraded the Lyric Opera and Chicago's theatrical venues as well. It's just, as the city disintegrates, so do the artistic institutions. Nothing is immune when everything is politicized, as we've talked about many a time. And this is another example of it. I mean, the Lyric is such a grand old theater, and I'm sure they still do wonderful performances of the standards, the La Bohemes and the Magic Flutes and the Mikado, and on and on and on. But this is insinuating itself, and when it starts insinuating itself, then it crowds out the real art, because that's what you've seen happen. I haven't gone in a couple of years now, but that's what you've seen happen at reputedly good theaters like Goodman or Steppenwolf. It's exactly what you've seen happen. It's been nihilistic trash mainly for years, certainly before I stopped going. And the other thing, too, about this is, these theaters, let's not forget, including the Lyric, disgraced themselves during COVID.
Oh, yeah.
They were ignorant, and they were heavy-handed, and they never offered a single word of contrition to their loyal patrons, and which is when I dumped my subscriptions to everything. And I love the Lyric, and I love Shakespeare Theater too, which also still does great performances, but they just can't help themselves but fold in to the tired leftist politics of the city. And I just wonder if that attitude is gaining more favor. Even if I'm not a conservative. I don't listen to what Prof said, whatever. But the leftist cut and paste over and over and over again. Everywhere I turn, it's the same rap, and it belies my taste. It belies reality. I don't know. So, I mean, it's not like something I celebrate having to address this, but I think it's something that shouldn't go unnoticed. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Now, I did get a response from the editorial page editor of the Chicago Tribune.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Chris Jones, who is an art critic. I know what you're thinking. It's, another institution that has disintegrated. The Press Corps, the Tribune, the NPR Times. Dan, you're not right here. It's a very even-handed piece focused on how parents worry. It does not pertain to have answers, nor is it sentimental. I was deeply moved by it. I think you would be too. I tell you, I just the lyrics alone that I just recounted from the WBEZ story. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that is a distortion of reality to serve political ends and to be divisive, but not in any productive way, not to any sort of sensible end. You're not elevating the conversation, which is what, or the thinking, which is, I thought, part of the point of good art, right? Let me read it again. Maybe Chris Jones and I will have a conversation about that. But you're a dad who's a cop. You're a black boy, a walking, moving target. And the implication is clear. Not a walking, moving target for the violence in your particular neighborhoods, much of which is black on black, as we know. No. You're a moving target for police. That's the implication. And then son says, I'm an endangered species. I'm a black man brought into this world as white people's fodder for labor and for sport. We go so far, but no further. Right. That's what white people, especially conservatives, honky conservatives like me, that's what we think of black people. They're fodder for labor and sport. You can only go so far. And this is what? This is what Chris Jones calls even-handed? And back to the other point, too, about, the conversation, which is also platitudinous and lame. Right. The idea that there's something unique to black families about teaching your kids to respect authority? What are you talking about? It's absurd. So this is just straight up race hustling agitprop, from what I can tell. And like I said, it was interesting how many people replied to this who have had similar experiences at the Lyric. And we got into some discussion of the offerings in other theaters as well and have taken a walk. But, I guess as long as they get the C-suite champagne socialists to write the big checks and the rent-seeking big corporations to write the big checks, I guess they don't care about the little people like me. That's fine. That's
At least
fine.
They responded.
Chris Jones did.
Chris Jones did. Right.
Yeah. The Lyric's not going to respond. No, they don't have time for the hoi polloi. Of course not. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or Avastin-Captid Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
All right. You sick and tired of living with chronic pain due to an injury or maybe arthritis? You don't want to get surgery because you know people that have had hip or knee replacement surgery, and guess what? It didn't work, and they had to take vacation time to get the surgery done and to recover from it afterwards, and nothing changed. Well, there is hope out there, and it's called QC Kinetics. It's the nation's leader in regenerative cellular treatments for joint pain, and they're led by Dr. Mitchell Shinecup. He's a pioneer in this technology, and it's giving people like you an option other than surgery or drugs. It's all-natural approach that harnesses your own body's healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritic pain or a pain due to injury. Everybody's talking about it. Elite athletes have been doing this for years, and now it is available for all of you. Tens of thousands of satisfied patients with more every day. Yes, you can have real, lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, without downtime. Learn about all of your options at QC Kinetics. The consultation is free. Saturday appointments are available. Here is the number to call. Get it done. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. 312-809-5955.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. For the first time ever, you'll get a standard classic MyPillow for wholesale prices, only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer their entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $18.88. Upgrade to king size for only $1 more. Get the body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever and receive free shipping on orders over $75. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88. They have never been offered this low before. They're limited quantities at this price, so the limit is going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY to get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88, the lowest price ever.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. Your business and your money are in good hands with Signature Bank. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Jason Zenger, owner of Zenger's Industrial Supply and host of the Making Chips podcast, and a proud customer of Signature Bank. Through rapid growth, acquisitions of competitors, and taking over from the previous generation, Signature Bank was there with us every step of the way. Recently, the team introduced us to FinRails AP, their proprietary system for accounts payable automation. Not only did FinRails AP help us to reduce costs and create efficiencies, but it also helped minimize fraud risk. Now, our company can invest time into what we do best, supplying industrial products, metalworking tooling, contractor tools, and safety supplies to those who make, build, and create great things for our country.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Let the season of festivities begin at Trump International Hotel and Tower, Chicago. Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel where luxury and holiday cheer come alive in the heart of the Windy City. From opulent holiday decor to exquisite dining, Trump Chicago offers an unparalleled holiday experience. Celebrate Thanksgiving at Trump Chicago with a delicious buffet featuring maple-glazed, sage-roasted turkey, artisanal cheeses, and live entertainment on Thursday, November 28th from 4 to 7 p.m. There will be no better place to celebrate Thanksgiving shopping throughout the city, as guests of Trump Chicago will have the most iconic views of the city's skyline, all while delighting in this one-of-a-kind Thanksgiving dinner extravaganza. Admission to the event includes full dinner buffet, carving station, raw bar station, cheese and charcuterie station, dessert station, bar including selection of wine, champagne, and beer, live entertainment, and more. Prices are $185 per adult and $55 per child. Book now via Eventbrite.com. Search Trump Thanksgiving.
AM 560, The Answer.
Real quick, Dan, after Joe and Mika made that announcement that they met privately with President Trump, their ratings dropped 38%. That lucrative 25 to 54 demo, they turned off MSNBC or switched to another network.
Getting hit by traffic going both ways. Well deserved.
I know. All right, thank you so much for making us part of your morning, part of your lives. Thanks to Justin Kosick and Quinn McCarthy. We're back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Today it's going to be cloudy, breezy, cooler, rain in spots, a high of 48 degrees. It is now 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Throwing her hat in the ring. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. President-elect Trump wants former pro wrestling executive Linda McMahon